where I'm going to put it quite yet. But I do like the idea of how we would store it, or rather visualize it in these folders. I think this is a fun way to do it. People can track what they care about in their collections. So I'm kind of looking forward to using that. And then also, I need to make sure I've migrated everything off of Y Finance. So I'm going to do kind of like a little audit of that. I have other things too. I think we have plenty of bugs to work out. Cool. Let me move this over here. So we added a lot more countries. I'm going to go ahead and validate that yesterday. I'm also going to make sure to commit any existing changes. Hey Max, how's it going? All right, so yesterday we added this thing, so it would always choose the bar charts. So now it should do a more varied. We kind of are forcing it to randomly choose, because trusting the LLM to randomly choose things is very good. So we just we're going through and explicitly every day, it's going to be a little different, the types of questions it asks, and we're doing that ourselves because it's not very good at. Oh yes, robots. No, I don't. No, and the app is about. I'll put this in the chat. It's a little easier to read. That's why I put this. It's like a investor newsletter. / you can research. It's a research platform you can use AI to help you with. So, for example, if you set your preferences, what type of investor you are, you can work on it here. You can track your portfolio, and you got your newsletter. So. For example, this morning, this is what was generated. The evening one has not been generated yet. And then we have our data page, which investors can use to explore all of our data sets and save their favorites. It's kind of like has a bunch of tools and wrapped in one. So you can think of it as like just like a bundle of nice to have tools for someone who doesn't have a lot of time. This is for a person that doesn't want to use like one of those terminals. I don't know if you've seen those. Like I'll show you. Godel terminal. The Godel terminal is nice, but I'm just saying like the type of person that I probably have to sign in here. So the type of person that would want to use something like this. It's probably a little different audience. Versus like this is kind of like feels more like a newspaper. You got all your stuff. You can ask AI questions and make charts. Let's see 1 second. We're going to release this as a waitlist for the beginning. The idea is when we release it on the waitlist, whoever can get in during the waitlist, like all the prices will be much cheaper, and then they can lock in that price forever. So I was thinking about that yesterday. That kind of makes sense. Like, gives some people an incentive if they're interested in using this. It's gonna be like way discounted in the beginning because there's gonna be bugs, and then the thing you offer is like you get to lock in that price like for forever. I guess that's the maybe just a little bit of incentive. That was my idea yesterday, so we will do that as well. Cool. I have some setup here I'm doing for Alpha Vantage, which is what we're going to use for our price data. I'm going to take a look at that plan. So 75, let's see here. Well, first I think what I'm going to do is actually validate this before I make any changes there. So Sri Lanka. Hey, thanks, Hope-Fern. Okay, cool. Sri Lankan Civil War. Cool. Let's make sure the new data is working. This is their debt. Yes. We're going to clean up the ones, because every country has a little bit different data that the World Bank provides, so we just clean it up after, but I just clicked through to make sure we got pretty much all of it. Hey, Yusuf, how's it going? Welcome, guys. Cool, that looks like it works. I think we can commit some stuff. I'm gonna, before I commit the things on the new charts, I'm going to, oh no, I need to actually commit it in order to test it, because now we moved the, we usually test with our scheduler. It doesn't really matter, but we basically, it makes it so I can add code and not have to worry. So that's what I'm going to do, because it doesn't matter. I'll test it on there. One second. Okay. Update. Chart diversity. Sounds. Yesterday we were validating the SEC filings. All right, we ran a bunch of tests. I think that's over here. Where did we put this little experiment again in our project? Let's see, I'll put this here. I'll create a new one. I'll probably put this here as well. Okay. Okay, gotcha. Okay. Cool, let's go ahead and boot this up again. Are you getting sick as in like sick, or they're emotionally sick? Tried open code. I haven't tried it yet. Do you guys like it compared to Opus 4.5? I'm noticing right now, so it's been running this. Right now we have a Google Cloud. It's running this update for our today's brief, and it looks like it's been running for 20 minutes. So that's kind of a long time. I'm going to try to investigate why it's taking so long. Gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I'm open to try it. Look at my to-do list here. No notes. We're gonna stick with Cloud Code. Yeah, I like Cloud Code, but it's worth a shot. Okay, I'm gonna work on the upsell page. That's what I was planning. That's kind of important as well. So I'm gonna sign out. We'll fix this. Looks like, let's say you're in dark mode, right? You sign out. Should just bring you the landing page, probably. But they could just store their preferences in local storage or something. I'll take a screenshot. That's not. Cloudflow. Let me look it up. I don't really. I'm not really like a big fan of this, but I will. I like a big fan of this general idea. It's not, just doesn't really work for my workflow, I think. Yeah. The reason is because I really like to have a human in the loop while I'm going. The reason is because like I course correct the LLM a lot, because sometimes like you say something, it'll riff on an idea. If I let a swarm riff on an idea all the way down to the end, and I wait, and then I have to correct it at the very end, that takes a lot of time. So I don't know, but let me know your experience. You know, like when you use this, like, did you find yourself you had to wait longer? Probably, right? Like you have to wait longer for the results of the documents and the generations and the yeah. So maybe the final result you found was like good, but yeah. I think what I care about is the time it took, as well as the end quality of that generation at that time period. So it's like if 30 minutes of me iterating got me the same quality of like 30 minutes of the Hive running, I guess I almost would prefer, if it's the same, I'd prefer the human element, because it's less overhead, less tools. But I'm kind of assuming that the human is a better approach at the moment. With that said, though, always down to try. So maybe I will at some point. Okay, take a look at this. When you sign out, it's kind of like, I think what happens is, you know, we save the dark mode preference for the user, but I think what we should also do is put in local storage. So if they sign out, it's still dark mode. But what do you think is the issue? Can you change the browser agent in Mac to see how it's going to look? I guess I don't know what you mean there, but this is how it looks when you're not signed in. And this is a public page, sort of. It is a public page, and people can sign in to see use the other things. At least it will be a public page. At the very beginning, it won't be, but the idea is eventually it's public. Okay, so on the upsell page, I'm thinking this, we're going to do one of these crossed out things, but we don't want to look tacky. The idea is all the users in the closed beta are going to have a 60% discount on all the prices. And we want to communicate in this upsell page that it's locked in forever. The idea is we're trying to tell the user, hey, there's going to be a lot more features in the future. And if you choose this price now, you get a lot more value than if you wait 6 months from now. Then it's going to more than double in price. But with that said, right now the upsell page is pretty small size-wise, so we might need to add a section to explain this. So go ahead and take a look at this. Secondarily, right now we have this upsell. It's more like an upsell pop-up. I think we need an actual upsell page at some point. So let's talk about that. Don't implement that part, but just do this, those changes to the pop-up there. I turn it on the PC, let it run with 96 agents. Interesting, 96 agents. But here's the thing, right? Like, I don't know. I guess show me what you built, I'd be curious. You can maybe post in the Discord if you're interested. I try not to spend too much time exploring the tools because I find that there's a lot of hype stuff everywhere. So it's kind of hard to know which are the good things. So I can only know it based on the demos and what people built, or if I try it, I spend a lot of time trying. But right now, Cloud Code's working really well for me, my process here. I mean, in the past, every time I found a tool that worked, it was because I saw someone else using it. I was like, that makes sense. Like, that actually works. I think usually if I just kind of search up tools and just pick, and I don't find anything. Pay for the Cloud Max subscription. What do you mean? Are you serious? You actually? Are you talking about like a sponsorship? No. But yeah, I'll maybe try it one of these days, I guess. If you feel like it's pretty good. Let's, because we do have some problems like this. The architecture of like how this works, I think we saved it here. I'll send you the document. It's kind of off the screen. Thanks, man. Oh, sometimes I forget the name of the doc. Can you find it? It's like a architecture doc of how our themes are applied. But anyways, let's go ahead and try to fix the root cause of this. So right now we're fixing some of how our themes are applied when you're signed out. It's a small bug. And as well as on here, we're modifying our upsell pages to discount it 60% for the initial users. And kind of updating, we're going to need to update that page a lot because there's other stuff now. Okay, let's check this out again. Okay, cool. This has all of our data. I think we built some tests yesterday. I'm going to check how those went. What we were doing is we're looking at this new data set. We're going to add in a lot of companies, and we want to validate that these numbers are right. We extracted all the information from their filings. And we want to make sure, though, that this is reasonably accurate. And so we're running a second layer of tests, which is like running it back through the LM that does web searches. And it's called a semantic test. That test will help us validate ourselves. However, once that one finishes, as we go, we will also spend time validating it ourselves. We did a little bit. But then after we've done that, which is shortly here, then it's going to be, we're going to populate maybe, I think 25,000 documents, and that should take 2 to 3 hours, supposedly. There is rate limits that can be a little bit unpredictable with the SEC filing API. So we will see how long it takes, but then once we get it, then it will be in our data explorer page. So yeah, that's what we're doing. All right, cool. So yesterday we ran some tests. Can you go grab those test results? Should be in the test folder. Hey, thanks, Corey. Yeah. I'm just making sure it's... Okay. I'm going to sign in again because I'm going to look at the Upsell page. 1 second here. Oh, 1 moment. Okay, cool. All right, yeah. Yeah, but yeah, thanks, Corey. Yeah, it's we're gonna try to release this soon as in beta. So we'll see how that goes. I don't expect like a lot of people or anything. I think it's time to do that. So people can try it out. Take a look. Oh, no, so it didn't fix the afternoon though. Yeah. Hey, so you didn't fix the afternoon dark mode when you sign out here. I think I need to start the day with more chill music. That's the middle of the day. All right. Middle of the day music. Second app is Kaput. Yusuf is right, though I don't use it as aggressively as he does. Has 84.8% sweet bench score. I guess the only thing about those scores, it can sometimes be a little misleading. Anyways, I'm not like against trying it or anything. Like I'm open to trying things, but I think it would be cool to see people like a demo, like someone using it. And I notice a lot of the GitHubs that, anyways, the GitHubs and the tools that I like, generally there's lots of demos and I can quickly see if it works or not. There's a lot of stuff that's just hype stuff though. I think whenever I see the words 100 plus MCP tools, I'm like, yeah, this is hype stuff. Sorry guys, but there's just not that many useful MCPs. So if I see that on a repo, I'm like, they're trying to get me to, I don't know. There's just a lot of incentives for people to do stuff like that. So then I just usually don't try it. But I try to be open-minded. Not too, it's just my opinion though. Anyways. Hey, Contronym. I was going to make you admin on the thing, but I did not remember your full YouTube ID. I will do that. You're basically already one. So. One sec here. Cool. You are now a moderator. It's going pretty well. I'm purposefully putting a date on the closed beta thing, because if I don't, I'm just gonna keep building. And eventually people are going to be like, dude, like, like freaking release it already. So I'm doing it purposefully. I'm trying to do it by tomorrow, day 30, end of tomorrow. So yeah. And then you guys can, we're just going to have a wait list at the beginning. And then we'll just start letting people. The reason is at the beginning, I know there's going to be a lot of bugs, so I'd rather kind of have people in the beginning. They're just helping me test almost. Or just play around with it if they'd like and find some things. Or people that feel like this is useful for them as well. Ideally, some of those. Thanks, Contronym. Behave now. You're natural. Okay. We're going to make marketing streams? Yeah, eventually. We'll be doing marketing, probably like half and half or something. Okay, I'm going to sign out again. Nice. So I fixed this thing where if you sign out, it makes everything really messy and weird with the colors. So that's good. Small thing, but fix that. Let me sign in again. All right, we're changing this upsell page, so I'll go look at that before I commit this. So I'm going to sign into another account. It'll be my free account. I use Cloud Code. We have a little command for that if you would like to see it. Oh, man, dude, he's so good. Like, all right. Anyways, so the upsell page, when I type in the... Nice. Okay, so here's the idea. I want to make it a little more visible, but if you join the closed beta, it'll be much, much cheaper. In fact, well, this is actually not right. It should be like way cheaper. So it should be like from the 19 all the way down to like the 5 or something. Maybe, I don't know, maybe like 7. I don't know. Let me change that. And then it's like locked in, I guess. So it never changes. All right. So it should be from the price it was before. So the 1935.90, that's dropped 60%. So you just made it, you did a deceptive, weird pricing, or you pretended like it's more, but it's not. So yeah. Starting the same when it comes to DBs. Did you make it yourself or Supabase? I'm using a Firebase for our DB. Are going to put the code on GitHub. It's, yeah, exactly. This particular This particular one is not open source, but there are some other projects that I work on that are, for example, this little music viz thing and the game and stuff. So if you're interested in working on that with me, that'd be fun. Go with the yearly pricing model or even a lifetime pass model. Old people don't want to. That's actually a fair point. Yeah. Definitely, it's very common. We could have a little slider here, I suppose, for the yearly. I'm debating whether I should make it cheaper or... oh, right. Before I decide on the price here, I actually have to look at the costs of the credits. And we did that earlier. But I'll just take a second look. I think the cost of the credits and then... But as far as I remember, these prices are roughly right. As far as like, it's not going to be like a loss or something if someone uses all their credits. So after this discount thing. Oh yeah, we have to remove things. So this is outdated. We are not going to provide plaid at the beginning one day. Yeah, so we're going to modify this page quite a bit. That was kind of what I wanted to spend some time on today. So number one, remove the plaid stuff. Yeah, remove the plaid stuff. I say for the pro users, they're going to get full access to the Data Explorer. Yeah, that's one thing. And then what else? And then like they have full access to our data sets in the research panel. Nice. Okay. Yeah, I think that's right. You make it free until you reach 100 users, getting feedback. I see what you're saying. Like add like a early lifetime pass for 100 users for $500. Oh yeah, it's not a bad idea. The only problem with the lifetime pass thing is that this is an AI model, so we still have to limit that. But as far as everything else goes, we could potentially do something like that. I guess you could always rate limit the AI usage. I think you're right. I have to think about it a little bit today on what exactly we're going to do. Like in the closed beta, we can either do this really like cheap lock-in thing. I think I saw Godel Terminal did that, where people in the beginning could get a cheap price. But you're saying make it free in the beginning in that beta stage, so that way you get feedback. And both of those ideas make sense. So I have to think. Keep network network features. Yes. Unfortunately, we don't really have any network effects that I can think of, because we don't really have any. I guess maybe you're talking about we get data that we could train on at some, but I don't have any plans to do anything like that. So, but maybe one day there is some network effect of some kind. I don't know. That would be a long time in the future, though. They're going to get full. Yes. Not blanket 100 users, rather 100 users that don't churn out after end day cohorts. You want active users, not just fair. Fair. Well, okay. The reason why I'm thinking it's still this lock thing is because people will be able to try it as a free user, and they can give us feedback and stuff. I mean, like they can still do some chart generation. They can try everything, but it's limited credits in the beginning. So maybe the argument there is like they can try enough that they can give feedback, I guess. But then if they're interested in like the long-term locking in price thing, then we show this. So once you use it, I think it's like 5 times, then it comes up with this, and then they can decide, hey, cool, I could do this, and yeah. But do you guys think this pricing could make sense? Ask your total revenue in this journey. I think you have made a little banner updating. I'm kind of maybe thinking remove the inflation calculator thing because I didn't do it on YouTube. So I'm just going to say it's 0, I think. Because the whole idea behind this is that it's like a very transparent journey, right? So if I say, okay, I have an inflation calculator that's doing well, but it's like, okay, no one saw me make that. So it doesn't really, or no one saw me, work on it or anything. So it's like, yeah. So I think I'll just say it's 0. And because it's not like the calculator is making that much or anything. So anyways, it'll probably be 0 for a while, I imagine. But as soon as, if we do get something, I will definitely do that. I'll update it for you guys. Cool. So remove the plaid references. Okay, fair enough. SG707. I think that's fair feedback there. So basically, your argument is, hey, the main goal in the beginning is try to find a product market fit, right? It's like you're trying to find that people like it, or like what are the problems with the app. So there's not really a lot of benefit to gatekeeping anything by price yet. So you could say, okay, this beta, right? It's just a way to see what are the problems and all this stuff. And I think that's a fair argument. Testing your app for free. True. Speaking of that, we could add to our to-do list to maybe add a little bit of telemetry to see how hard that, or at least plan. Because that's going to be, not everyone's going to actually talk to me. In fact, 99% will not. So we have to try to maybe infer a little bit. And we'll build some charts, about what they did. How many pages did they explore each user? What did they spend the most time interacting with, I suppose? Yeah, let's maybe do that today, or tomorrow, one of these. Do for next 2 days. Work on upsell page. I think the answer is somewhere in the middle, SG707, of what I'm thinking. I think we should offer this pricing thing because it's also valuable information, right? Okay, so yeah, it's valuable information if people have feedback about it, but it's also valuable information if people if someone decides, hey, this works for me, and they put we have a conversion, even if it's, it's much cheaper pricing, that's also valuable information. Like, you can only rely so much on what people tell you. If they actually do pay for a subscription, that tells us, hey, someone thought this was useful enough that they were very interested to lock in the pricing, or they could at least see where it's going. And that's why I think I'm in between the two options. Yeah, telemetry is a must. Statistically, 94 to 96% do not talk. Yeah, exactly. And even if they do give feedback, it's not super, it's like a little bit useful maybe if you can read in between the lines. But I think the biggest the biggest benefits you can get are either watching someone or using potentially telemetry to come up with some good insights about what they're interacting with. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Especially like if someone knows you, they might not give you candid feedback. So yeah. Entice by hiding too, as in your results generated. Oh yeah, definitely, Wolf. I agree with that. We don't really have much like that yet. I'll go ahead and that's not a priority, but at some point we will definitely do that. Something like this. People spend 5-digit or even 6-digit figure on advertisements. I'm not sure you run ads or not. Not this is the cheapest advertisement to give to 100 members free. 3 months or period. I mean, it can never be truly free because it's an AI. They're using AI models, but we could give them free on the Data Explorer and things like that. 3 months or periods force friction on a user. I don't care. That's actually a pretty good point. It's a really good point. I remember I got a free 2 months of Peacock. I think you're right. There's a little bit of like keeping track of how long I have is kind of annoying. There's something to be said about that. Okay, cool. Let's look at this upsell page again. So I think this should say export advanced the statistics, portfolio statistics to Excel. We could probably increase that. I don't think they cause friction. The people get a test, and if they don't need it, then they're welcome to not have it. Everyone does. Right. Are you talking about a trial, Nicholas? We kind of do have a trial. It's just a credit-based. It's not really a trial, but it's credit-based. But so they use it a few times, they get a feel for it, then it brings up the upsell. It kind of makes sense. It's less the AI model, but more the amalgamation of data presented. Trials are 25. Interesting. Yeah. Definitely people will be able to use it at the beginning for free to try it out, right? I think I decided, I think when we were looking, the only sites that didn't have that were people that were either like YouTubers who their whole shtick is they would like show the platform and how it works on their marketing. So people already knew what it could do, I guess. Without the trial though, you know, it's kind of hard to, I feel like a little bit hard to convert. Maybe simple tools you can convert. Cool. Thanks, Yusuf. One time they won't mind. You mean one-time lifetime access, SG707? I've definitely seen this before. But again, we do have a recurring cost. You could rate limit it though, and then just do like a little bit of just math to see how many people are actually staying. But you need a little bit of data first to know how regularly the users use it. But regardless, you can make an estimate. Anyways, it's good talking to you guys. Lots of good comments. Appreciate it. Lifetime plan. Monthly cost has psychological burden. Okay, well, okay, let's explore this because we did make a document, I think, about our costs. So let's see if we can try to figure out what a lifetime cost would be if we were to try to offer this. All right, so can you go ahead and find, we made a document about our costs. I don't remember where it is though. So it's in this folder. And then we're going to try to find out what would be an appropriate lifetime cost for us. We're going to have to make some assumptions though. We're going to have to assume a daily usage, or rather some amount of weekly usage probably, and try to figure out, we have no data, so we have to make just a bunch of assumptions. I'll go ahead and make a new doc for this. It's going to be docs in the directory, lifetime costs. We're going to put it there. Lifetime pricing. Hey Gremlin, how's it going? There's a freemium pack, not that I know of. You just get like some free credits in the beginning. Hey Wolf V, what lifetime screws you, especially if your costs, exactly. Yeah. I don't know if it's probably not going to be increasing. Well, but you mean in aggregate increasing, not per user. Yeah, that's true. So like if we have 10,000, that's maybe optimistic, but 1,000 for users, the cost could be going up for a while. Per user probably wouldn't increase though. Just a yearly, because that increases a percentage based on infrastructure cost over a year. Most companies do that. Yeah. I think I'm definitely agreeing with the yearly. Everyone does it. I think I'm not going to have it on by default though, because that's kind of annoying. I hate it when companies do that. And I'm like, oh, look, 14 per month. Oh no, it's actually, I switch it and then it goes up. That does not make me feel good. So I'd rather it be yearly, or I mean on monthly, and then when we turn to yearly, maybe we say you get a 10% discount yearly or whatever, right? And then they can switch. And we are going to restyle this page. This is just a kind of little AI looking page. This is just kind of like initial version, but yeah. Yeah, these are the payment plans, Nicholas. Customer lifetime value, fixed plans, no toggle. Okay, interesting, SG707. But don't you think, really? Because so many companies do the yearly. I mean, there's so many advantages for the company to accept it. I mean, you get predictable revenue. You're probably saying, I don't see any problem with offering the option to have they can slide it to yearly, get a discount. Seems like a win-win for anyone that's interested. Infra's skyrocketing. Oh, Wolfie, so you're saying you're thinking that the models are going to increase in price. I should note though that we're using the Flash models for everything. So we don't really require the most, insane intelligence, at least not yet. So I think our costs will be pretty low. I think we calculated it was like, I have to look at the document again, but it wasn't too bad. Oh, I wasn't showing the screen, but yeah, we use the Flash model here. We probably will, we're not going to show this to users. This is just for us testing right now. We need to know the average lifetime, and you do not. So maybe a year, and you could offer CLV price. It's a good point, Gremlin. We don't really have a lot of data. We just make a bunch of assumptions about what the user might do, and then we try to estimate, but who knows? We need to, I think today we're definitely going to work on the telemetry. Let's go ahead and start it while we're talking, so we use our time. All right, so we're going to start a new document. It's called telemetry. We want to build out a bunch of different things that we're going to track during our beta. I have some ideas, like for example, on the upsell page, we want to track how many people are converting, how people click the button, how many people actually end up going through and paying. That's probably one of the most important things that we have as far as a signal of interest. However, we also want to track a lot of other things. How many conversation. Well, I'm going to leave the rest of it to the AI to ideate on, and then we can always add to the list. I don't need to explain all of the things. So I'd like you to come up with a bunch of ideas and make this a document, put it in here. doc/telemetry/design. And then we'll read it together and see what we think. Cool. Normally I would give options. From what I know, it's better to give old people 3 options than fair. I agree with that. However, it kind of will still look like 3 options because the slider, they don't have to click the slider, right? It's like, it'll be somewhere, but, it's kind of clear, right? It's like yearly or monthly. I think most people are okay with this. It's not really old. I mean, definitely the demographic will skew quite a bit older, but there might be finance students or something like this. Finance professionals, younger, might be interested in this as well. Or maybe even people that are just interested in, some category of those people too that are investors, But it's definitely skews older, probably 30s, 40s. Not like old, mostly. I mean, there's going to be retirees and stuff, but probably. But this is supposed to be a very simple app, so we did kind of keep that in mind as we were working on this. Not too complicated. Click path as well, as in a feature makes people drop out versus that's a great idea. Like as soon as they enter this page, they never come on the site again or something. As soon as they click this sidebar and they see this animation, they're like, I'm out. Shit sucks. Or maybe the opposite. All right, what do we got? Conversion monetization. Cool, let's read the doc. So it's in telemetry. Happy New Year, guys. Hey, Babao. Why does my music keep stopping? Okay. Analytics events to track during beta to understand user behavior. Yes, this is correct. Conversion metrics to drive view CTA click rate. So that's how many people click the button, and then how many people check out, how many people complete. Overall funnel. Cool. That's all sounds pretty nice. Sign up page viewed. User lands on sign up. Right. How many people click the sign up and then don't sign up? I think a very important one, actually, this is probably the most important one. It's the bounce rate. How many people visit the landing page and then click away? That indicates to you did not get the value to the user, or they didn't resonate with your message, I guess. But with that said, we already have the bounce rate. Vercel already gives us that, so we don't really need to do it, actually. I mean, maybe we could add something about like scrolling or clicking something, clicking the sign up. I think that's probably what we'll do. Oh, hey, Nicholas. Just can't make sense. Can you explain to me why the Premier version gets you only 1.88x credits, but it's almost 3x? Right. So, Nicholas, the idea of the Pro version is it's going to have a lot of more things in the future. We're going to have alerts. The reason why we're offering it, I guess, now would be like it's much cheaper than it will be in the future. That's the idea. So you could potentially lock in. It's kind of like, if you think about it, some other companies have done this too. So we'll go Dell Terminal was an example, but I think Tesla is a prime example. A little controversial, but their FSD pricing, right? The idea was it's going to be a lot more expensive in the future. I get the argument. I think, so what we do is we pair that with a very generous refund policy. So it's like, let's say we don't deliver or whatever, or let's say someone's dissatisfied. There's like a very generous, I like this approach. I think the reason why it's okay to do that is because it does increase potentially the conversion rates, but we don't have data, right? So it's just a matter of thinking that you're going to convert enough people that it justifies having it. But with that said, that's how I kind of want to do it, because especially in the beginning, you don't want to be like, no, we're not going to refund you, even though this like buggy and shit is like not working for you. Like, no, it's like, it's the opposite. Very generous refund for, you know, for the users. That's what I think it'll be. But we have to communicate that to them, that this is very, you know, if you don't like it, you just send an email here and we will refund you and it's fine. So yeah, anyways. How many projects have you started since day one? How many days? We've just been working on this project, so yeah. This has been our project. Oh, and I guess that open source project, we spent a couple days on that in the description. Yeah, but the Premiere version doesn't have a good upscale of credits. Fair, Nicholas, we probably should increase the credits. I think you're probably right. I'll have to look again what we did for the actual chat. I think we were thinking about trying to make it unlimited, but it's like we say it's a rate limit. These are a good start. Gotcha. Yeah, thanks for the feedback, Nicholas. I think we'll take a look at that again. Okay. User views today's brief. User scrolls. So yeah, I guess we could potentially keep track of scrolling. User shares the brief. That's an important one. These are pretty good thus far. User views AI insight section. Okay, so let's probably get into the how we're going to implement this. I like all of these. Chart message sent. Oh, this is good. If the AI takes a long time to respond, you could track like how many times they're clicking off and things like this. Holding added, holding removed. We'll probably anonymize for the telemetry, the holdings. That doesn't matter, right? It's just the action of adding and removing a holding. Page viewed, session duration. Oh, that's really good. We'll definitely add the session duration. Okay, I like these. We don't need to I think actually we'll try to add as many as we can. Okay, so I like the documents. How are we? What do you think would be the best approach as far as like what library to use? And let's consider more the implementation in this next doc. So make a new one. I'm going to put it in docs, the same place, same folder. What is the selling point? What is the most valuable thing? There's a number of things we offer. There's the data explorer, the portfolio tracking. There are sites that offer like portfolio tracking, for example, but none of the sites offer all of the things in a package. And the customizable newsletter is something where you're going to get like AI analysis. But for the most part, our idea about the newsletter is this is kind of like the start of the funnel. So we offer this for free in a way. This everything that isn't personalized, we offer for free. And then the more personalized things, like the graphs specific for your positions. So I'll go prior day. These graphs specific to your positions and your situation, those would be the paid things. But people can join this. And at the beginning, though, it's just going to be all be a beta because, yeah, there's going to be a lot of bugs. But at some point, this page would be public and these would be locked down. Maybe not the portfolio page, like the watch list and thing, but the research page you could try and then it's locked down. That's what I mean by that. You can try them, but then it's a paid feature. And then the data explorer is another paid feature. The idea is you're not paying for this part, at least now, for the data, because you could technically find it other places. You're kind of paying for the sleek layout and you got your collections that you saved. And there's going to be a lot more things here. So it's kind of like we accumulated all this stuff for you and it's a nice UI. And it's just another part of the package, I guess. So it has a lot of government data and World Bank data. We're going to add UN data and we're going to add the SEC filings that we worked on yesterday. We're going to have, I'll show you guys. This is our little demo we made. We extracted a bunch of different companies, their balance sheet, cash flow. That'll just be part of it too. So we're kind of just building this nice little package for people. We're going to have international companies. A lot of, if you look at Ticker online, they sell access to the international company data. We're going to also do that. Yeah. So that's the idea. Hey, Happy New Year. Expectations are realistic. Lofi, feels like your new users, it's better to create the net to start tracking the data. That makes a lot of sense, Wolfie. Because you have to figure out a lot of things. I think that's why we're going to have a lot of it be free. Like that's why you have those credits and things, because then we can collect the telemetry on what the user likes, doesn't like. But I still think after a certain amount of credits, that's why we're doing the upsell. And I think that's a happy medium between those two things. Yeah. So it's probably not day traders. This is more like longer term investors. More probably a bit more quantitative. You know, they're not fundamental investors. They're not so much like, I mean, we could add maybe some technical indicators, but that's probably not the primary focus. That's what the charts are. That's kind of more quantitative approach. We're pulling from news APIs as well. So it gets posted on. Yeah, so we are right now in this little prototype, but we're switching it today and tomorrow to Alpha Vantage for our beta, our closed beta that we're doing. And that's what we're going to be using for our quotes. So, yeah. It's not real time. So it's not like you're thinking news that you get that you can trade on. Probably not, right? If you're doing like day trading, I mean, yeah, it's probably not. But as far as like you can get the news in your mail and you can read it, we can do that for you. Just not real time. Yeah, Gremlin, yeah. So I did that. It's like, essentially we'll be able to support quite a lot of users using what we're going to switch to, which is Alpha Vantage. Our plan is to use it during the closed beta and then see how it goes. But yeah, I think it's going to be fine for any realistic amount of users that we will have. Unless we just blow up, in which case I'll have to do something else. But I don't think that's going to happen. So, I mean, you never know, I guess. I think our target audience is not like, it's not really a type of audience that will go like major viral. I think it's more like probably a reputation type thing. People like it, they share it with their other buddies or something. It's not like Clubhouse or these other apps. So newsletter twice a day, once a day. It's twice a day. So morning and afternoon. Right when you wake up, you'll see it at 6 a.m. It's a pre-market. It tells you what's going to happen for today. So you have your upcoming news, and you can click, and you'll be able to see it update at the end of the day. In fact, we probably should. Maybe the defaults when you click these is not the full max view, but regardless, when you click these, you'll see, hey, this is some high impact stuff. There's a press release. There's some unemployment claims today. And you can see all the other events, and you can, not all of them are clickable. But then in the afternoon, we'll tell you what happened as well, and give you a bunch of charts based on what happened today. So New York performance after year-end drop, and then we also give you position charts based on the. So we just changed this. It's going to be not just bar charts now. So we're going to test that soon. As soon as we do the telemetry. I'm going to run a few of these though. Oh, this is the lifetime pricing thing. Oh, I found our document. It's called cost analysis. Let's go ahead and take a look at that again, just to remind ourselves what are our costs roughly based on the assumptions we made back then. So I believe it's down here. So this is our cost per user, assuming 80% use all credits. Right, so we were very conservative. We're assuming 80% of our free users are using all the credits, which is not gonna happen. Maybe 10%. But given that scenario, we assume that it costs about 10 cents a user, 9 cents a user. This is their free credits, right? So they haven't paid yet. So, you know. So then we did the math of like, what would our conversion rate need to be to justify, you know, based on our current costs, what would our conversion rate need to be to break even, right? And it would need to be 0.37% conversion rate according to our assumptions, and a little bit of AI foo. This is what we came up with. This is not extensive research or anything, but it's probably, it makes sense to me, I guess. The reason it makes sense to me is because we're using the Flash model. Flash model is very cheap. So that's why the numbers, I roughly believe them, because I see the costs on my Google console of how much I'm using and how many credits I'm sending. And I know that that we're not giving the user a lot of free credits. So that's how we came up with this. Now, what do we need to offer a lifetime price based on this conversion rate? It's probably going to be not too high because these are very, these are not high numbers. That's my, okay, so as telemetry, so we'll send a newsletter at the end of the day with any news. Yes, exactly. Telemetry less app. I'm sure your mailer is tracking that already. I'm not sure, Wolfie. I think you're talking about how many people are like going to unsubscribe from the mailing list. And yes, we will see that. If people unsubscribe, we will be able to see how many people are doing that. Okay, so it recommends the lifetime $99, $199, and $400. Actually kind of larger than I expected. I guess they have higher chat limits, so that's probably why. Let me look at the doc it made, though. So a light user, moderate users, 15. Okay, so the highest user, it says, only does 40 messages a week. Maybe not conservative. Let me play the music again. What APIs? We're going to use Alpha Vantage in our beta. True, if we start offering a lifetime deal, we can then put on AppSumo. Early startup lifetime deals, often 10 to 15 months. Okay, interesting. Right, and if the AI costs increase, right, potentially that could happen at some point. Okay, cool. I think it's not a bad idea, but I probably need to do a little more research as to. I'm kind of thinking that it would just be for a limited amount of users, because that does help us a little bit with the risk. 100. But it will help if we have telemetry to make this decision, because then we'll know how often people use this and things like this. Cool. But now we're going to go back to the telemetry stuff. I will keep this doc for later, though. Hey, Happy New Year, Zulu. So it recommended PostHog. I will look. Oh, you can get a session replay? That's cool. Watch exactly where users get confused, drop off, or encounter bugs. That sounds really cool, actually. Wow, okay. What is it? What would that look like exactly? All right, cool. Sounds like they have a free tier. So with PostHog, how generous is this free tier? Could it support 100 users? What about 1,000? Yeah, that's true, Wolfie. That's the nature of the market. Competition. Oh, nice, Tom. Welcome back. Cool. That's going to be really fun to look at. Nice. Oh, cool. So PostHog could support all the way up to 1,000 users, so we'll be good for a long time for a free for the free plan. Oh, fantastic! All the way up to 2,500 users, 100,000 events per month. So it'd assume like heavy usage kind of as well. Nice. All right, so can you, you're going to create an implementation. You already did do some implementation, but double check roughly what's the effort required. How many files are you going to edit? A lot. So I'm going to commit. So it looks like we just added some docs, so. in the implementation plan, go ahead and list all the files you're going to edit as well, and what you're going to do, as well as, I imagine, leave a space for the, just put the environment variable there for the API key, and then I'll fill it out later. I just put I don't need to say that. If needed. Let me take a look at PostHog. I've never seen it. Whoa. Oh, this is dope. What the heck? I love it. This is actually really cool. What the heck? It's probably one of the coolest websites I've seen in a while. Like, some websites do things like this and it feels gimmicky, but it makes sense because this is like a telemetry website. So to me, this UI makes... What does the trash do? Spicy. What? Should I click that? I'm gonna have to click it. Nice. It got me. Okay. Website Easter eggs. Pip. Employee feed pics. Alright, that's dope. We're using it. I don't even care what the product is now. So let's install this. Cool. So definitely don't need to do that. Definitely don't make any changes to the environment file or anything like that. And are you sure there's not more pages you need to edit, like the landing page? There's definitely a lot more, like the research page. Go through all the pages, like the portfolio page. We have a lot of stuff. Also the preferences, like seeing what the user fills out there, whether they click off, you know, all that stuff. There's a lot of pages, so. Okay, cool. So you're saying all 20 had valid results on all the, like, income statement, cash flow statements, balance sheet, like all those numbers are right? Or did you only test like a few numbers? That's really cool. Well, I'm excited to try it now. Maybe put it on the other websites too. I feel like we'll learn a lot too about just what the users care about. I guess my intuition is they probably care more about this page at the beginning. They're probably going to go right to this and maybe try to add some stuff, look at the statistics. But we'll see if that's true. If that's actually what they do or not. Yeah, right. I mean, we can use this for free for quite a while. It's very generous. Okay, this looks about right. There's going to be a lot of pages to edit. This is kind of the thing that is going to be a very long-running task. And it's funny, Cloud always says, like yesterday it told me it'd take 1 week to build this SEC demo, and then it just like does it in like 10 minutes. Like, okay, so 6 to 8 hours. So that means 5 minutes. Anyways, so go ahead and start the implementation here. You're just going to do it for... Actually, before we begin, it would be very easy for me to quickly validate the result. We're probably just going to set it up on one page and just test it out. Does it support that I can set this up locally, or do I have to actually deploy it and test it there to see the statistics? Hey GeoDev, how's it going? Pay for Mixpanel. What is Mixpanel? It's like not sure. But yeah, I agree. Generally, it's amazing some of the free stuff we get as far as software goes these days. Oh, nice. Oh, fantastic. So we can just test this locally. Yeah, that's great. Let's go ahead and let's do your minimal test setup. I think that's a good idea. So, cool. So just add a few events. We're going to click around. What are we doing here again? Okay, it's just checking the tests. Oh, analytics trackers. Gotcha, gotcha. Amplitude. I've heard of Amplitude. Let's see, where is it adding it? Okay, it's just adding at the top level. I probably should have validated the version. No, I think we're good there because I ran the command myself, so that's good. Yeah, let's finish the rest now. So this is our country data. We have 100 left for the rest of the... we kind of have to go slow because they rate limit you, so, but we're almost there. Let me check, make sure it didn't... Okay, just made an example environment file. Cool. I'll go set that up on my other window here. Yeah, this site is an inspiration. It's really cool. Okay, so I'm setting it up right now. What do we want to do? We want to understand how users behave. It all sounds pretty good. Cool. I will add this now. Don't worry, those were public. Public keys. Cool, pretty smooth setup process. Let's go ahead and try it out. Cool, so this is all set up here. Let's go ahead and try it out. I think I just said that twice. That's okay. Oh, are you trying to do working on this command, wolf? Oh, we already did that. Already installed it. Yes, I think I forgot to reset it though. Cool. So I'm gonna go get this API key part of the stream. One moment. Almost done. Cool. Okay, cool. So let me reload. I think it's on. There we go. So we're going to click around to see if we can trigger the wall fee. We do have a landing page. However, it is not deployed yet. So if you click on it, it just goes to Squarespace. Where the domain, I bought a Google domain, but that went to Squarespace. So, but we will deploy in a few days. This is the landing page though. I think this is where it added the PostHog. Let's take a look. Cool, so let's go look at the live events. I'm always excited to go to this site. So let me see where that is. Oh, I think I have to log in. Oh, perfect. Okay. Oh, great. Wow, that was easy. Fantastic. What are all the things we can do? So I'm gonna, session replay. That's what I wanted to see. How do we set this up? So I'm gonna configure this. Cord user sessions. Interesting. Cool. So I just turned on the session replay. How do we need to change anything in the code to do this, or is it ready to go if I reload the page? Wow, that's dope. All right, let's reload. I'm gonna click around and then see what it says in the session replay. I think it only set it up for the main page though, so I can't imagine it'll work for all the pages, but let's take a look. Did we, so it takes a few minutes for it to show, but are you sure we set up everything? Because I thought we only set it up on like one page. So if I click around throughout the website, is it actually going to work and record the whole session, even though we didn't make any code changes? I did change the top level, so maybe that's all we gotta do. Okay, cool. So it did find some issues with our SEC filing extraction, because I was like, that's pretty amazing if there's no problems at all. But yeah, so missing a few sections: free cash flow, net income on a few of them, liabilities for all of them. Oh, cool. I hope so. We actually do have it then, so go ahead and include that. What about the others, the free cash flow? Is that because they were international companies? Oh yeah, go through. It looks like Amazon was one, so I'm curious. Cool. It says it will work, so let's go ahead and reload. Okay. What's this? Do I have to enable this? The canvas elements are captured. They're free. Could be. Recording conditions. Oh. Oh, this is just everything. Okay, good. Network capture. I guess just double check. These replays work for testing on local, right? Cool. I will try it one more time now that we enabled that one setting. Maybe it'll work. I'm just gonna click around. Oh yeah. What counts as ending the session? Do I actually have to close the tab? Is that what's going on here? Oh, 30 minutes. Okay, 30 minutes of inactivity or closing the tab. Oh, I see. Interesting. So it should show shortly, supposedly. Oh, it did. Wow. Whoa. Holy shit. That's crazy. Okay, I'm totally blown away that this is, we could do this. I'd never seen anything like this, so I didn't know that you could actually have a product that like shows you the exact recording of how their mouse moved and everything else. Like so easily done. Like obviously all of this is possible, but I didn't realize you could set it up so easy. Because right now I've just been using Upsell and plausible analytics. So I just, I didn't know that this was a thing. All right, so I'm kind of curious though. I mean, this is legitimately like recording their, you know, mouse movements and everything. Do you need to kind of disclose to the user that you're doing that? So what's kind of the best practice? Yes, you should disclose it. Okay, PostHog auto masks the password fields. That's good. Not capturing actual keystrokes. Okay, good. So in general, though, do bigger companies, do they give like a disclosure, like some sort of disclaimer, or you can just put it in the privacy policy? It's kind of interesting to think that maybe some of the websites I've been using have been so you guys have been using this? That's so cool. It's a lot of, I mean, I'm gonna have a lot of fun with this. But it is interesting to think that I wonder if some people have looked at my sessions, you know, when I'm just clicking around. That's cool. I'm going to learn a lot too. Like people trying it out. And that goes for all the sites, like the AFK AI thing. What parts do they get confused at? What parts they see and they're just immediately like, this is, you know, exit out. You do marketing. Oh, gotcha. That's amazing. When did it come out? And it's not only that it can do it, but it's how simple it was to set up. I didn't even need to deploy it. I could just run it locally. Everything worked in like 5 minutes. 2020. Oh, I see. Huh. That's cool. Yeah, definitely, Leonard. We're going to learn a lot. It's going to be very interesting. You guys could imagine. Granted, I can't do it on stream because it has people's emails. But I could share what we learn. I'm just watching this. Yeah. I think you're right, Renee. We have to be a little careful as far as I'm going to make sure we do it right. We're not going to do anything that's not okay. So that's why I'm doing the research right here. So most US companies put it in the privacy policy. Okay. I think especially in an open beta, I think it's okay, right? It's like, it's going to be in the privacy policy. However, for Europe, we will consider what we're doing here. For US, particularly the privacy policy thing. Cookie banner with analytics. I don't know why my music keeps stopping. It's kind of weird. Oh, Leonard, they have EU compliance servers. Cool. I think I read that too, but we'll probably put in some note. It doesn't take very long, so I'll just put in something if you're in Europe, and that's fine. Let's see, what do we listen to here? Do you guys want chill or more like this dub techno thing? I will play it. Actually, I'll put a little poll. Just, do you guys want chill music or some techno? Do you guys want chill? So we can just create a little cookie banner or something at the bottom, and that's probably good for this. But we'll need to do it anyway later, so might as well. Granted, there are some other considerations. I guess consider our product as well in Europe. Are there anything you can call out that's in particular I should think about? Because there are more rules, and I would have to be very careful not to. Maybe I don't even. Yeah, so I'm kind of thinking maybe we don't accept payments outside the US until we figure out all the stuff on the other countries. Do you agree with this? Yeah. I don't want to have to deal with that right now. because I don't know anything about it except the basics. Okay. So for payments, US only makes sense for beta. VAT tax collection, EU requires you to collect VAT. Invoicing requirements, consumer protection. Some, granted, we do allow you to delete the data. Oh, that's not what that's talking about. All right. We're going to offer that anyway, so that's okay. Expect data stored in you. Oh, interesting. None of what you said sounds that bad. So can you explain why we should do what you said? Like, it sounds like everything seems pretty okay. You just have some stripe cancels, the VAT tax. What other things are there? Cool, yeah, go ahead and fix that too. The portfolio performance, use Alpha Vantage. Yeah, it makes sense, Leonard. I'm not seeing anything that's too difficult, exactly. Yeah, I think you know what, we're just gonna do the GDPR thing with the little cookie banner, whatever, and then the delete my account, which I think we already have. If not, we'll definitely add that because yeah, we do. So we have that. Oh, that registration only required after 10K in sales. All right, that's fine. Cool. Yeah, I'm fine. So let's go ahead and add the cookie banner at the bottom real quick, and just save it. Yeah, just add that. I think it's somewhat straightforward. It's just you're going to save that they selected it, and then when the user logs in, we don't want to. We can just probably keep it local storage, actually. Can we just keep it local storage that they selected this banner, or do we have to store it in the user profile? Does it really matter that much? It probably does, technically. Anyways, and for the other thing, make sure our deletes profile does delete. I'm pretty sure it does. But yeah, just make sure. And we'll test it later, of course. I think we should add some tests on the delete profile endpoint, because I don't think I've added that yet. So. Anyways, okay, cool. So we have this is going to handle a lot of our telemetry, because a lot of it's just going to be me watching watching people use the website. Because I can kind of see everything I need to. We'll still add some more stuff, I guess, but... I guess if we want to build graphs and stuff at some point, we need the actual data. Okay, create a little cookie banner. Okay, local storage is the correct approach. Okay, cool. Okay, delete account looks good. Nice. Great. So I'll test that to banner real quick. Oh, it's right here. Granted, it should stop you from... Oh, it needs to be actually hooked up though. So with that banner though, we actually have to hook it up though, right? So if they click decline, how do we implement that so we don't use the things that we're not supposed to use? Let's talk about it. I don't want to spend too long on this. If it's annoying, then I will just not do it for the moment. Okay, the rest of the stuff is fine. PostHog and the Alpha Vantage stuff. Interesting. Let's see, and I'll remove this one file here. This is okay. Cool. Oh, what about the actual login though? Do we use anything that we couldn't use if they click decline, or are we good there? I'll need to learn that stuff later for the other websites, so just do it now. But we'll work on other things too. Okay, sounds good. We'll double check that, but it seems to work okay. Well, continue working on the upsell page a bit. Let me take a look here. We're investigating the lifetime. We're not going to do the lifetime for the moment. Maybe we'll change our mind tomorrow, but we're going to add an, right now we just do this monthly. We're going to add an annual slider to our upsell here, so you guys can see it. And it's going to, we haven't set it up in Stripe yet, but go ahead and just build out the UI for that. Yeah, I think it's fine that there are some gaps here. Do you think we're ready to run on the 2,500, or I think it's 25,000 SEC filings? Do you think we're ready to run for this? Also, I forgot, did we hook this up so it's actually storing already in Firebase, or is it just local? Let's just talk about it first. Wow, okay, a lot of changes here. Okay. Okay, cool. I guess that's fine. Let's but make sure you only show this if they're I'll test it real quick, but then make sure to only show this if they're in Europe. So I'm gonna wait till I will wait till I test this. So if I click decline, actually before I do that, can you give me a quick little, so how am I going to test this? I guess we can go in PostHog, look at the events. Give me some quick little thing I can click that's going to trigger one of your events. Cool. Most people like the chill. Good to know. Oh, I see. So we already added some events in the upgrade model. Let me go ahead and look at that. So app dashboard. Oh, activity probably. Oh, nice. Cool. Oh, great. That's easy. So now all I need to do is click, I'll just double check this. I will click something. So I'll just do this, make sure it populates. It just takes a little bit. Wow, I can see them scroll and everything. Hey, Aslam, how's it going? It's a tool for investors. Right now we're building we're using this analytics platform, but I'm just quickly doing the Europe stuff. So we don't track it if they don't want it. So if they click decline down here. Well, that's fine. I'll do other things while I wait for that to load, because I'm just making sure that works. Okay. So it updated the upsell. Let me take a look at that real quick. I might have updated the other one because I don't see the yearly toggle. Did you update this upsell or a different one? Oh, telework. Okay. Maybe if I close the tab. It triggers a... Okay, it just takes a little bit, I guess. Oh, it updated the other project. That's fine. Hey, Aslam, no problem. That's why I stream. So, always feel free. And that goes for anyone here. If you have any questions at all, just, feel free to chat actually helps the stream when people engage, because that's how YouTube works. So I actually like, anyways. So are you a technical person? So I was an engineer before this for 4.5 years, but most of the code I'm writing here, pretty much everything is LLM based. I use Cloud Code. I use the Max. I spend the $200 one, which is $200 a month, because of the sheer amount we're doing. But there are cheaper ones that are, you just might have to take a break every once in a while, that are pretty good and give you a lot of credits. So yeah, it's a little bit of overview there. Okay, so it upgraded the model. Let's go ahead and take a look. I mean, the upgrade model. Modal. Nice. Okay, we got our annual and our monthly. The annual's not hooked up quite yet with Stripe. So that's generally how these companies do it, I guess. We're gonna change the styling of this next. I also want to have some information about that it's a very generous refund policy. So I dragged this screenshot in here. I also want to add information about how we have a very generous refund policy. Let me get the specifics of what I mean. One moment. There's some examples. I'm going to go grab. Oh yeah, perfect. So something like this, probably 14 days will do. We'll stick with this for now, but maybe we could even do a little more because it's the closed beta thing. So if they really don't like it. Okay, cool. So can you add this as well? Not the exact text, but just the general idea. We need it to fit on the page though. Yeah, go ahead and do this, and then we're going to test it for the 20 companies we did. We're going to put this under, I guess, SEC filings collection, something like this. Oh yeah, and then make sure the actual files, they're going to go in storage, cloud storage, not, yeah. But we will store the metadata of like, actually, do we need to do that? Let's talk about it. What do we actually need to store here? Full stack developer using Cloud Opus for large tasks, but the token finishing very last. I'm in Pro Plan. Do you have any suggestions to finish as much tasks as possible? No problem, man. So you're saying the Pro Plan for Cloud Code is not super good, like you're hitting the rate limits. I guess one thing you can maybe try, you maybe already have if you've been, is like you can try to work the free credits on some of these other IDEs, so anti-gravity, Cursor. You could go on AI Studio, Google's AI Studio. So every time you hit a rate limit, switch to another one. Yeah, that's probably what I'd recommend, I guess, and try to. I guess you might be forced to even doing that. Maybe you hit the rate limits on all of those, but there are a lot of IDEs. I mean, that are offering free credits. Like, I mean, Zed. There's like tons of these. Windsurf is another one. So you could probably just kind of use it for each account and on each all the free limits that they have for you. If you hit the cloud code one. I might go grab a coffee real quick while some things are running. Let me see. Trigger. Okay, we were testing if this is updating still. Interesting. Oh, it might have already implemented it because I never clicked accept. Interesting. So I will click accept and then we'll click around. Warp, yeah, that's another one. Did you actually already implement this? So like if they don't click accept, it doesn't actually save the events anymore? I thought it was just on decline, but that makes sense actually. They have to click accept. But this will only be in Europe, the others, yeah. Okay, well, I'm gonna go grab a coffee. Hopefully it's populated by the time I'm back. I'll see you guys in a little bit. Yeah, it'll be a little hard on Pro Plan, apparently. That's what I've heard from a few people. Nice. Okay, so it did populate. That's good. So good. Looks like this is working. So I'm going to go ahead and just make it only for European users. So let's just have this is only going to be for European users. I imagine this is only a rule in Europe, right? This particular cookies thing. Cool. So it's added some more text for our upsell. Let's take a look. Oh yeah, that's how you say that. 14-day money back guarantee. Fantastic. Billed annually. Nice. That's pretty good. Just a few things to fix, I think. Let's probably make this an even. I think 2x is about right. Actually, another thing to fix, let's go ahead and remove this. We need some ideation on the top section here. Take a look. I don't really like the, we need to come up with an idea of like not having the symbol, but I think we probably need some other thing here. What do you recommend? Should it be, I guess we could look at some other sites. So this is tickers. They kind of made it a separate page where you can scroll, kind of read about what all you get. I kind of like this idea. Because like, let's say you click this. Yeah, you have this, sure. It would be nice to get some visuals about what you can do. That's why I was thinking more of a page. Yeah, I think let's create a page like this for sure. I'm going to do that. Oh yeah, I wasn't showing you guys this thing here. This is their upsell. They have a large page where they show you all that you get, whereas this one's just a little pop-up. So let's do that. Let's go ahead and develop a plan for our upsell page. The ideas that we're going to put there should resonate with this persona and target user. we do want to go through all the major sections, and we want to have like, I think what you're going to do is you're going to put spaces for me to put in images. So I'm going to feed you images about the platform, but what you're going to do is assume that you're going to have a visual for certain areas and go ahead and make a plan for what that visual would be. You know what's on the platform. So you're going to make this page. It's not going to be something you can navigate to, really. I mean, there'll be some buttons here and there about upgrade. Don't bring you this page. So don't do anything there. It should be, the top should be the plans, I think. And then it should, you scroll and you start to see more and more detail about what all you can get. I suppose, yeah, go ahead and start. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. Let's do it. I'm not going to commit that quite yet. I guess nothing here yet. There's a bug we have to fix with the charts that they didn't show up today. Some sort of issue. Let's see. I have one running over here that's checking this. Keep banging this. I'm gonna put it over here. Oh, I see there's some problem. We are using Alpha Vantage. Let me see what happened. Probably some error, I imagine. I'll do it on this one, I suppose. I think I already have it in local storage though. But I'm pretty sure it works. So. There it is, the mic. All right, I was fixing this bug. We are recently switching to Alpha Vantage for our price data, so we know the bugs related to this. Let's try to investigate. I'm going to sign into my admin account just to make sure it's not related to that. Okay, just make sure. I don't see any errors, but don't make any changes. Let's just talk about it first. Hey, Influence Codex. I use Warp for my terminals. Excuse me, to run the processes for the dev environment. But I much prefer having my terminals like this because I can resize them how I like. For me, this is perfect. I don't. Plus, Warp can be kind of slow. Honestly, Warp is not my favorite product at the moment. I think I like the terminal management, but as far as everything else goes, I'm not really the biggest fan. Like, why can't I create a folder when I right-click? Like simple things like that. It's like, that's weird. And then like also like it'll show up with like temporary folders up here sometimes that I'm like, what? That's not in the project. Kind of weird. I don't know. Anyways, it's just not my favorite, but to each their own. I think it's good for managing the terminals though, so you don't have to click around. But it's a minor improvement. That's my opinion, but I understand some people like it. That was close. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, we might need to create a little symbol mapper. I'll just create this file. This is gonna be a temporary file we're gonna use as we're doing this little migration, I would say. So go ahead and create this. This is our first entry you're gonna add. Oh yeah, let's put it here. Doesn't really matter too much. It's not gonna be that big. Wish I had more telemetry. But overall, I'm happy with what it is currently. I'll probably do that today too, though. Cool. Did you actually hook it up and everything too? That sounds really great. So let's go ahead and do it this way. I can see here, though, there are some other problems as well that we need to figure out. What you need to do is you need to add more extensive logging as far as this component. So go ahead and look at it and add some logging so we can see. I just realized, is this portfolio performance component not live updated? Is it just based on, did we change that? Did we make it so it's just when we generate the afternoon brief, it just generates it one time? I'd say we can cross out the telemetry for now. I mean, it's pretty good for my purposes. So this is a bug when you explicitly attach a mobile. Oops. So I'll spend some time on that. Oh yeah, the market was closed today. So now this exposed a bug. Does that mean this was the same as yesterday? Okay, it was. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. I didn't realize what day it was. So I just need to modify the UI a little bit. Okay, cool. In this case, we need to detect, can you figure out some way to, we want to be able to communicate to the user that the market is closed, today. Does Alpha Vantage have anything like this? Or do we have to make our own little mapper? Hey, software deployed. Nice. RCE. I don't know what that is. Let me look it up. No code execution. Are you saying you have some security problem in your app? Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit of a delay, so by the time I read that, I already looked it up and everything. Hey, focused. How's it going? So make a little mapper here. Let's see. I already have a date utils. Oh, fantastic. Wait, I'd rather use Did you actually make a mapping of the holidays? Yeah, I think the way you do it is, you know, you don't really care about the viewers. If you just like streaming. I mean, like, you don't do it for getting viewers, I guess. If you just like streaming, then it can either happens or doesn't, but either way you like it, then that's fine. Yeah, we probably won't do an explicit mapping. Later, but I think it's fine for now. Yeah, just a few basics here, and then later we'll just call Alpha Vantage. We could just call Alpha Vantage now, but it's fine. Just a little mapping. All right, let's see. It should update now. Cool. Now you just have to make sure to update this on the front end. Just speed check. If it's holiday, you show the. Actually, think of an intelligent way to do this. That's not too not maintainable, because it's kind of stupid. If you just look at the prior day, I think maybe we just use Alpha Vantage for the market status. That's probably what I do. There's no secret sauce. I think he just. I think the secret sauce is like people have to click it and then they have to watch. And if they don't, then YouTube will nuke it. And that goes for all videos. So people find what you're doing interesting, and it'll probably work. Yeah. I think that's basically what it is, right? So probably try experimenting with some titles, experiment with the content, and like in the beginning, you can just try a bunch of random things, see if people resonate with it or not. It's kind of fun because YouTube gives you a lot of statistics. So you can see like when people click off, and you can see like, you can do little polls if people are there. So I'm actually we're gonna make this, if the markets are closed, we're gonna have a little card there. We're not even gonna show we're not gonna show the portfolio return, S&P benchmark return, but we'll show the year to date, and don't show the alpha. So it's just gonna show the year to date return, and that's it. Saying plastic surgery, yeah. Cool. I'm gonna take a look at this. This is gonna be our design of the upsell page. Right now we have like an upsell, like little popover. Then I'll work on the mobile app data thing. I'm actually really interested to do that as well. Yeah. Okay. After this, yeah, that's what I'm working on. The SEC filing thing and the app data thing. Those two will be kind of cool because we kind of did what we need to do, I think, as far as the open beta thing. Can't really think of. I mean, the closed beta. We got the analytics step. Hey, silly Laird. Coding until I die of sleep finish this project. Actually, I clicked that. Now, you might have to look at YouTube. It might not allow that. Anyways, cool. Let me see if it updated this real quick. Nice. Cool. Now the only thing is it doesn't actually populate these two numbers correctly. I can figure out why. No worries. Do Unix don't really consider that. Yes. Oh, oh my gosh. This is right, because it's January 1st. I thought this was broken. It's not broken. It's January 1st. The market isn't open. It's actually right. Okay. Not only did I forget what day it was, and then I realized what day it was, but I then made the same mistake again, not realizing what day it is. Okay, so that's fine. It works. Cool. I'm gonna look through here, make sure everything's good, but I think we're gonna read this stock next. A little mapping. Explicit mapping, it's fine. Nice, so it's stored the company data. I'm gonna go ahead and take a look in the database. It's amazing how accurate this thing is. I'm actually really curious, as far as like PostHog's recordings, do you think it's making an actual video? Or is it somehow recreating all of my mouse movements and how the divs move and everything? How would it even do that? I'm just curious. It's definitely not creating a video. It's probably just recreating the... Well, it even has the select, this highlighting and stuff. Oh, it was an open source library that there is a component of that. I mean, like, I've seen this again and again, actually. Companies starting off some open source project that's really good. I mean, one thing that we're doing is like, we're using this Edgar Tools open source library, and it's pretty good at extracting. And that would be a hard thing to build from those SEC filings because they're all so messy. Anyways, kind of interesting. I'm gonna save this project. Maybe we might have some use for it one day. This is really amazing. Yeah, exactly. Software deployed. What are you guys talking about? Interesting. I'm just kind of curious. Usually if some guy makes some really cool thing, they will maybe some other things that are cool. The idea is like, you could potentially riff off of some concept maybe. Configure 2 agents with it's a really creative idea. Okay. I'm gonna bookmark this guy's page. It's kind of interesting. So LLM fighting. Each skill has programmatically defined effects. I'm gonna try it out. Watch video first. Okay, it's just the trailer. I'll actually finish watching this real quick. You guys are probably wondering why am I watching this, but kind of fun. Anyways, yeah. Get rid of this. Okay, just making sure. So this is checkpointed, right? So let's say we run the first we run the first 1,000 here. How long will just 1,000 take? So let's say we stop it and we start running again. It's indexed, right? So we'll be able to see what we already have. It seems like some sort of Pokemon thing that I guess the LLMs fight each other with moves. There's some strategy type game. Actually, you're right. Now that I think about it, I'm not sure about the execution of that. So it's a turn-based game. What will you actually learn from this, I guess? Maybe it's just supposed to be fun, where you describe a character and then they choose their moves based on. But yeah, now that I mention, like now that you say that, I'm not really sure what's kind of the. But I think the guy does have some maybe creative ideas, so I'll just check it out sometimes, I suppose. Okay, I'm gonna look at the new upsell page. Design. Okay, no, so no, that I actually know what we want as far as like an inspiration. I really like this. However, I think the general layout I really like. We could put maybe our landing page in the upsell, like in terms of a similar idea. So if I click this, where do we go? Oh, this is cool. Actually, we could maybe get some ideas here, maybe. Let me read through what they got. They got nothing. Yeah, they have a lot of payment data. Doesn't really say how it got the data. We just know generally they have some data. Yeah, we could do something similar. Like we could give them an overview of what data they can access. Get insights maybe. Cool. Okay, so we'll I'm gonna retype a few things in that planning doc. Companies. Yeah, we could do maybe a little A/B testing too on these, but get insights on companies that matter to you. I'll make a little diagram. Fun. Okay, I'm just going to describe it. You can't make a diagram like this. AI can make a diagram like this, but I am a human, and a human is good at writing things. Graphically and flexibly, actually on the left. If we come up with a better word than newsletter, insight feed. I mean, you could say call it a data feed, maybe. We'll ideate. Ideate. All right, I haven't checked the chat in a while, so learn this cloud code. I don't know, probably like, was it bytecode? I don't know, maybe like 6 or 7 or something like this. You can attach data, generate charts, but what I'm doing is I'm concise name, and I'm going to tell it to fill in the blanks of the carrots. I think Data Explorer is good. Okay, this is all bad. Yeah. I think we really have to design our landing page ourselves. The AI is just too cliche and always has been as far as writing goes. So this is, one of those sections that like, yeah. I don't even know what that means. You can use some of the free credits they'll win on some of these IDEs like Anti-Gravity and some others in AI Studio. Get ideas. Theses. Based on your investment preferences, themes, and preferences. So we have to make that more concise, put something like that. It's the plural for thesis. Theses. Oh. Theses. There we go. Does anyone say that though? Whatever. Okay. Yeah, let's we'll do this but make it more concise and remove this as well. So you guys are probably wondering why are you doing this, but the reason is because we've iterated a few times on the landing page, and every time you use AI to do it, it's just not quite. And it, you know, as far as writing goes, tends to be a little too salesy, even if you try to tell it not to be. People just want to see what it can do. Not really sure on this last one. I think I might remove it. Not a bad idea, I guess. Okay. As subtext, got it. But I'm gonna remove this as well. We probably won't put Bloomberg terminal. We're not really trying to be a Bloomberg terminal, so it doesn't really. It's not really a competitor. And we're also not trying to be a budget option necessarily, right? That's not really what we're doing. So it's not really. It's one thing if we're trying to provide features for cheaper, but we're trying to provide a different collection of features that exist. So it's more like a premium option. So it doesn't help us to compare the prices unless we were budget. Okay, not bad. I'll just have a few of these, I think. Yeah. Definitely not that. Our visual design needs to respect our fonts. So take a look, you know, I think should be some things bolded, but overall it needs to respect our current design, what the user set for their theme. So we do have a dark mode and light mode theme for the upsells too. And it should respect our Tailwind config for the colors. Okay. We have done it. I think it's reasonably okay. And we will try this. Okay, I have modified our design. I want you to go ahead and start creating the implementation MD for this page. Wait, this whole time, you guys were looking over here? Oh, man. I did not realize the situation. So we were working on this document. So you guys were wondering what I was doing. So some questions. Do you watch Bridgemind? I have seen Bridgemind. Do you watch Eminence in Shadow? I don't know what that is. What is the thing you've developed so far through vibe coding? It's this product here. As portfolio tracking, you can create a lot of charts. We have a data explorer. This is an AI. So this research page is it's an AI that knows the type of investor you are, what you put in your preferences, like the themes you're looking for, what's your general approach. If you're interested in like M&A closes and things like this, time horizon, and then it's going to use that information to try to give you ideas, like potential ideas or other areas to explore, I would say. And then you have you can generate charts based on data from our data sets. So that's an overview. And then we have our data explorer. Right now we're designing our upsell page, so we did some work kind of typing some things out. And we're going to validate that it's pretty good. And this poll. Hey, thanks, Delwyn. Thanks for sticking around. I always find it funny when people like when I'm on the wrong, if I'm on the wrong screen, they'll no one says anything. That's okay. They probably just assume I'm just waiting for cloud terminals or something. So very evenly split between chill and techno. I think I'm gonna switch to techno. It's good for the energy, for my energy. We're also adding a lot more data here to our data explorer page. Oh, no worries, Wolf. I'll keep it. No worries. I don't blame you guys. I just find it funny. Like, I think you guys a lot of times you work on other stuff, right? Like, a lot of people aren't, and that's kind of what the point of the stream is, like co-working. So, it's just funny sometimes. There was one time I went 2 whole hours and the screen was like completely frozen. Like there was no activity whatsoever. And I was just me talking, and it went 2 hours, and there were 20 people watching. And then at the end, I'm like, what in the world? Like people are just chatting. It's funny. It's like the worst content ever. Just me talking. And no one told me. Thanks, Dylan. Oh, Kittleson wanted the techno. No, we have a fight. What do I want? I'm feeling a little bit of techno, so I think I might play it for a little bit. But then we'll switch back. I accidentally left this, so it's probably going to implement this. Makes sense. It kind of makes sense, I think. Like, I just don't understand. I really tried to understand the other day. I put a lot of time into. I was like talking with the AI and just being very confused because there aren't really a lot of co-working streams. Like they just don't. There's just not a lot of them. There's like 2 or 3, and then there's like 7 trillion gaming streams. So then you have to ask the question, why is that? There has to be a reason there's not a lot of co-working streams. I don't know what the reason is. It seems to me like this could be like something I would use, like if I'm working, someone else is working there, kind of like you're, you know, kind of keeps you focused maybe a little bit. You're all working, and it's kind of like you go to a coffee shop, right? And like people around you working kind of makes you want to work. So I just don't understand why there are not more streams like that. There are a few that are really popular, it's just not a lot. So, yeah, anyways. Oh, borderline, yeah. It's interesting. I mean, I think there will always be more of those streams, and that's fine. But I'm just curious why there's not more co-working streams. It doesn't really make sense to me. Yeah, but then you look at the how big those streams are. They're not that big, right? Like there's a few that are really big, like the Lofi Girl streams, and then there's like a few others, but there's not many at all. So it's an interesting kind of market research, you know, try to understand. Hey Dylan, not very much. In fact, we're calling it 0 because the inflation calculator was not made vibe coding. So I'm going to call it 0 because I also didn't stream it. Inflation calculator doesn't make very much, but yeah. But I will update a counter if we do start making a little bit. Well, also Twitch is very unfriendly to new streamers. So it's very, very, very difficult to build an audience on Twitch if you're not established. Whereas YouTube kind of gives you a little chance. So I don't know if that's the reason though, right? But there's something to be said about that. You kind of need new people coming in. Like it's like an ecosystem, right? It's going to degrade over time if new people can't build anything there, right? And they're going to go to new platforms. I haven't tried Tray AI. What's your opinion on local LLMs? Local LLMs, I'd say the only reason you'd use it is if you're at a company or something, they really care about security of the data, the company data and things like this. But as far as like coding goes, it's going to be much, much worse, like much, much worse. So I would not probably recommend it. Okay, that's really great. So okay, hypothetically, we add another 1,000. Are we keeping this index stored in memory or something? How is this working as far as like, let's say we update this script in the future to add more. How are you keeping track of this exactly? Or let's say in the future we're running to update for the newest index. The idea is this script is going to be run every month or so. Actually, sorry, every quarter we run this script. And we have to make sure that it's just getting the most recent data. And we might add more companies to it, I guess. So in other words, this the script has to be sort of scalable, and we have to consider all these things. YouTube doesn't give me a chance. We're using Cloud Chrome extension or MCP Playwright for testing UI. Oh, we're not using Cloud Chrome extension really, because it's I think some of that is you can just go in and very quickly copy. You know, it doesn't really save me a lot of time. I'm not using Playwright either, because it really doesn't take a lot of time to get the logs and put it in. So I just prefer to do it manually. I rewind. Yeah, that's for sure. Also, Twitch has, I think, a higher ad load. My understanding is correct there. Cool. So it looks like it's successfully designed our implementation doc here. So we're gonna just read it real quick. Actually, I think it's good. We kind of spent a lot of time on the design, so I think it's probably just worth experimenting. Okay, interesting. We need ticker-based tracking, not index-based. I think that's a really good idea. Yeah, that's a really good idea. Yeah, we definitely need to do this because this is going to be... after we do this, do we have all the requirements? I think we do, but just double check. Yeah, I was trying to build a virtual try-on using AI. I had to stop. Direct close. Oh, yeah. Let me think. I think one thing you could do, so this is definitely doable because I've seen other people do it. You use an image to 3D model. So you take an image of yourself, convert it to 3D model, and then once you convert it to like the 3D model, you have the points, then you can do the clothes thing. But you can't, it's very hard to, I feel like, I think either way, you have to create a 3D model. You have to extract out the person, create a 3D model, then you wrap the clothes around the 3D model, which is tricky, obviously, but that's probably how you go about it. And it's like, I saw this one person who made a website where it's like, his website's just him as a 3D model and like doing all these glitchy effects with his face and stuff. Local LLMs, local agentic. Promising so far. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely down to try local LLMs if but I can't imagine they'll match Opus 4.5 anytime soon. I probably need my own setup and stuff. even if it did. It costs a lot of money. I don't have a compute. Nice. Okay, so we have our new page. Let's take a look at this. Okay, so I don't want to show the pricing immediately. I want to have the user explore first. This is very basic, I think, compared to Yipit. Yipit data had a better. No. This is not good. Not good. Okay. Scratch this. I'm going to take our design doc and I'm going to throw it in AI Studio. This is historically how we do everything. Try to get a little bit closer to our vision. So, and that usually works pretty well. So I'm going to open AI Studio here. So we currently have our website. I'm going to give you our theme documents. I want you to try to implement this upsell page. The main objective here is we're trying to communicate value to the user, and we don't want to do it. We want to be very, very show, not tell, where we're showing the user what they can do. We do not want any salesy language. We want it to be very professional. Minimalism is the key here. And I want you to match our themes. So I will send the theme doc. I'll just send our Tailwind config actually. Oh, it's not this one. It's the, Tailwind config I meant. And I tell it it's the Onyx and, I want to make sure, did we put the light mode theme in here? For our Tailwind config, did we put the light mode theme colors in this file? I'm just double check, don't change it. You're vibe coding for 2 or 3 months. Currently building website. 3JS. Nice, 3JS. Nice. Yeah, it's definitely a little tricky for sure as far as like... You do have to iterate with it on the design, right? It might be worth a shot putting it in AI Studio with 3JS for the design aspect. Ralph loop in vibe coding is good when you have to iterate test. Let me look that up. I haven't heard that. Ralph loop. This is it right here, I believe. It's an iterative AI development methodology. It's a simple while. Yeah. See, I don't really like any of these kind of ideas. And that's just my preference. There's a lot of these ideas. It's this idea of like, you can just throw in a prompt and it'll just iterate and get there. But like the problem is, you are not in the loop at all until the very end, and it's going to take much longer. And it's much better to, if I'm in the loop constantly, course correcting it. I personally believe that's how I prefer to work, because I also learn what I want as I'm iterating. It's like it's called rubber ducking, where you learn about how you'd like to implement it as well as you are talking out loud and as you're iterating with the thing. So that's my preference personally. But everyone's different, and it might be that process is a little bit better for someone with not a lot of experience. Maybe it's a little better to allow the AI to help iterate a little bit more. It's possible. I'm not sure. So attach this file, and then we can start running this. Cool. I think it's okay. I'm just going to attach it. I actually don't want the stone because we don't use the stone, so I don't want to get confused. I meant to say tailwind config. And I change it to Gemini 3 Pro, and there we go. Careful with rubber ducking. Yeah. Oh yeah. And by the way, thanks for the suggestions. I always like to look at them. So definitely, it's all good. And like, the tools are not necessarily for everyone. It's for the people who like it, right? Like, some people don't like using cloud code. So like, everyone's different as far as their workflow. So some people like using just the local LLMs for their autofills and stuff. So that's kind of how my workflow I really like at the moment, right? But it changes, right? It's been different now since 6 months ago, so it'll probably change again at some point. Okay, these are just running. Why careful with rubber ducking? There's a joke there, but I don't know. Okay, then I was going to work on the app data. So this is currently broken. I'm going to figure out what's going on. So let's go complaints with Carvana app. Yeah, okay, so I'm going to try this with the auto attach. We're going to figure out which part of this is broken specifically. Okay, cool. So take a look at right now when we auto attach the data Right now it's not selecting the simple router. Is not, it doesn't realize that we have mobile app data. This is kind of like a new category of data that we want to make sure the router knows we have. So if the user is asking about mobile apps, we can go ahead and forward it to the chart generation, as long as the question they asked is pretty clear that we could make a chart for. And so you'll need to kind of explain a little bit to the simple router how what charts we have available and what types of questions we can give some examples, and then it can we'll start with that. That way it'll forward to the right place. An example is like this type of question. We can actually generate a chart for it. All right. It's chill time, officially. Yeah, I've seen AutoCloud. Again, there's the major detriment of anytime you add these things, it's adding a lot of extra context in your prompts, and context causes performance degradation on your generations usually. Now, how did they get past it? Okay, you make it an iterative process where we added more context for the initial prompt, but now we're going to do an iterative process where it tries to fix the generation. Sure, maybe that works, but then you're waiting double the time, triple the time. So, yeah, you know what I mean? I'd rather just like do the generation, look at it, and then fix it. Or do the document, look at it, fix it, and then I would have had a better initial generation, and it will maybe take less time as well. I think the reason why I'm so sold on this particular thing is that I know that bugs take up such a large % of the time. So if like I'm sacrificing the code generation quality for some workflow, it has to really be justified. Like, yeah, because you're probably wondering, like any tool like this has to add a lot of extra context for all the generations, has to add a lot of extra generations. So that's what it needs to do. That's the only way to make this. And if you vibe code, you'll realize, or not vibe, but if you use AI to code at all, you'll see that as the files get larger, this is an example, you will see worse generations, right? It's the same reason, right? Like, that's why you have to make it more surgical, the AI generations. Reduce delegating, you would measure and manage from there. It's possible. And you guys seem to like know what you're doing, right? So I imagine that you guys maybe found something that is working for your workflow that I have not found yet that has benefited me. Every time I try one of these, I'm like, eh. Yeah. To avoid context issues, I've been using cloud skills on open code and a skill router in my config that allows it to find context based on what it's building, then just use Serena memories to keep info. But I'm also wondering, how long are you waiting, right? You add all that extra stuff. Unless it's really done well, like the execution of it, if you're waiting an extra, if it's triple the time for the generations, like maybe it would have been faster to just generate it and then fix it yourself without all the extra, all this extra context and generations going through it. And like subtle bugs can take, 50% of the time, right? If you find out you designed it wrong as well, like maybe you said something and the LLM interpreted it, and then the downstream LLMs interpreted a certain way, and then you waited 30 minutes or 10 minutes, and then you have to redesign it. It's like, yeah, that's another aspect. Yeah, exactly. Everyone has their own preference. So I'm not saying mine is right or anything. I'm just giving you guys like what my thoughts are for me, I guess, so far. But I'm open to changing my mind if I encounter and I try one of these and it's like I can tell it's like way better, and like yeah. Part of it too is I'm sitting down at a desk and I'm doing this for a certain amount of time, if I was like sitting down an hour here, an hour there, and like I took breaks in between, maybe I wouldn't care as much about the time. Like if it took an extra 30 minutes to do a thing, it's fine. Like if the final generation is like a little better, maybe it's worth. But for me, if I have to wait while I'm sitting down at the desk much longer, I'd rather kind of just do it, like just do the initial generation and fix it or whatever. You know. You prefer the slow is smooth, smooth is fast route. So generally we get one big file generation per chat. Yeah, exactly. KL. Especially if we're doing hard stuff, we just go slow and steady, one phase at a time, one file here, one file there, keep the changes scoped, because bugs are how you waste a lot of time, and you just want to try to minimize as much as you can. So most critical advantage points of agentic coding is the context window, focused agents, prompt chains, prompts. But no matter how you do it, there's going to be less human interaction, less human feedback throughout this loop, right? No matter how you have it, sure, you have other LLMs reviewing it, blah, 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 but you had less human interaction with the pipeline of this running. So at the end of the day, you might end up with a result that you didn't quite want, and then you have to either restart it, or I think especially if you're doing something complex where you're not totally sure how you want the final result to be. Like maybe you didn't totally spec out every aspect, and you're kind of doing more conversational like I am, I guess. I think this maybe approach benefits from having the human course correct it and course correct himself as well. But if you're maybe someone who has built out a whole spec doc, it's very in detail, you know exactly, we want this right here, we want the architecture looks like this. We do our own architecture docs, however, sometimes we change our mind about how we would like to design it. So I don't want to wait. If it's the same speed, it's one thing, but anyways. And more human interaction now. The difference is my interaction is more focused rather than course. Yeah, no, I'm not arguing with you guys or anything. So I'm just saying, like, yeah, if you guys have your own workflow, it's great. It's awesome. And like everyone does it how they like, and as long as it's working for you and you're building, that's all that really matters. But maybe I'll try some more of these at some point. Anyways. So right now, can you double check when it forwards to the chart generation? Is it going to run through that router where it then attaches the right schema, or does it jump ahead of that? Oh, all right, we were generating this page. I don't know. What is that? Yeah, not a fan of this. Do you guys see what I mean? It always gets a little bit too just salesy AI stuff. I just want it to be very matter of fact, like this one, where it's just like, here's what we do. This one has a little bit of salesiness, I suppose. Unmatched accuracy. I think we might have to do this just section by section. We design the section we like. That's kind of what we did for the portfolio page. We designed the layout, and then we had it fill in the parts that we were thinking for each. So I'm gonna try that. Oh yeah, you guys too. The problem is AI is, for some reason, writing is apparently. Oh, I wasn't showing you guys the thing. But yeah, this is what it looks like. This new upsell page. It just looks very AI, and then it generated some random whatever the heck that is. Yeah, it's just not. It's not really that close, right? Like, so we're gonna have to be very explicit and go section by section. I kind of know what I want at this point. It's something like this. This is the main part that I want, and I want it to look where you have like a nice little graph, an image, and then it's like you have an inflection point. Maybe we give an example of something we can say, and then we tell them, here's our things. You can click, and it'll go to the research. You can click, it'll go to the dashboard, and it'll be all images of what you can do. Maybe some little animation, but that's kind of what I'm thinking. Hey, slow man. I guess I'll just test it. I don't really believe what it's saying there. So this won't work, I'm sure, but we will see. Okay, this actually worked. That's cool. I'm gonna go check a few things. I think this is still using local sample data though. I think my biggest issue is that I use the non-configured AI tools. And they all make the same stuff, yeah. Yeah. And I think we definitely, if I had to segment out how we spend our time, probably 40 to 50% was the graph, the chart pipeline stuff. Probably 20 to 20% was the design, maybe even 30%. Like trying to get what we're trying to do. And iterating on the design and making it look nice and doing animations and things. So it wasn't able to make it a line chart for some reason. Oh, that's not an app, so that'll fail. I'll just make a new conversation. Yeah, exactly, Wolfie. Oh, nice. That was fast. However, we need to do an audit of our mobile app pipeline. I believe at this moment it's just connecting to local sample data. Just double check me on this. And we're going to update any docs located in this area, because we got to keep these docs updated. Hey, slow man, let me put this in the chat. Hey, thanks, Elith. It's like an investor platform. You get news every day. You get you can do research. We have a bunch of data sets you can attach, and we have a data explorer. It's for investors. So if you're interested in this kind of data, that's what we offer them. And you can track your portfolio. It's like your investment portfolio and things. With that said, though, I have decided I am changing this line chart, and the main reason is because every single AI generation I see everywhere uses this exact one. And so yeah, I just don't want it to be so easily identifiable as AI. We recently changed to Alpha Vantage for the price data. I'm noticing a bug when I switch the charts around. It might be some fetching thing where we get rate limited. I'm not sure. I have to take a look. Let me see what's going on. So take a look at this. So right now, we changed our portfolio chart, I believe, to Alpha Vantage. However, when I switch back and forth everywhere, I then get insufficient data. So I have a feeling it's something related to we're refetching the data an insane amount of times or something. Let's go ahead and investigate what we're doing as far as that goes. It worked before, so it's definitely related to the change. Yeah, I made it myself. Thank you. Appreciate it. Any plans for an API for the... one thing we could provide is an API for the charts, and the reason is because if you try to make these, I mean, I just thought about it, but I don't think I don't know if there'd be a lot of demand for such a thing. Anyways, if you tried to do this with Gemini Perplexity, it's a bit slow because they have to support generic data sets, whereas we know our own data sets, so we help the LLM in the generation, so it's much simpler. It just calls our helper functions, and so it's able to generate it much faster because of that. So, and in theory, if we did provide a API, it would just be if people were trying to make charts like this, but I don't know why people would want that, I guess, as an API thing. Oh, no worries. There's probably limits. Sometimes it depends what types of questions you ask, so some will take longer than others. But we are using the Flash model, so we're trying to make it as fast as we can anyways. Oh, I think it might be because I'm making a bunch of code changes, so it reloads. Yeah. Oh, no, I think it just finished. Let me take a look. If I reload. Unclear. Sometimes I noticed this with Safari, but I'm not really sure what this issue is. It starts loading forever. Appeared to have deleted our conversation too. Very bizarre stuff, I would say. And no error. So I don't like those bugs because I have no idea what the heck that is. Let me ask it again. Could be related to, so when we're making a lot of code changes, it's hot reloading, and that can create some weird bugs that only happen in that particular scenario. So right now it just stopped making code changes, so I'm going to let it run and we will see if it has the same error, but it probably won't. You have a landing page with a waitlist made? Yeah, exactly. We made the waitlist yesterday, so it's ready to go. If you invite your friends, you buck the list. We used viral loops for this. It was very easy to set up. It's pretty cool. I highly recommend as far as the setup goes. I guess we'll see how it goes as far as the actual. That reminds me though, we do need to change the styles on one of the widgets because it does look a little weird. But so I'm waiting to. I'm not going to run these yet. I'm just going to make sure we don't have the same error for this. Oh, did you validate it? Yeah, so yeah, there will be monetization. So these, every chart that's made, it goes through a validation step. And same with the today's brief, which has more validations and evaluators and things where we pass it back to the LLM. Yeah, exactly. So it's running it on our data sets. So, but it's using our library that we provided for the LLM. So it calls the functions we created. We made like an interface, explain to the LLM how to call these functions, and then we run the code to generate the charts and generate the back tests on the data and things like this. So it's not really the LLM's creating all the code. That's why we can use the Flash model. It's more like directing us on what we're calling. However, I am curious what's going on here. So I can see in the backend it totally passed validation and it finished, but it appears to be some sort of display issue when we reload the page. I'm gonna try to ask AI to, I'm gonna give it this very specific scenario. However, it's a little bit tough as I don't have any errors. So I don't anticipate, I'm actually not gonna use this one though. Right, I'm not gonna remove this one either. So I'm going to create a new one. We have a very strange bug where it's, I'll show you the logs here. So to repro this, you have to you ask this question here. This is a hard one to make a test for. Oh, you know what? I wonder if it's because I reached my conversation limit. That would maybe make sense. I'm gonna delete some of these. And then it maybe errored out silently. It's possible. I didn't make the admin immune to that. So I deleted some. I'm gonna try again. What's the link to the landing page? Not up yet, so we're gonna open the closed beta tomorrow or the next day. On like the day 30, day 31, and then people can sign up for the waitlist if they're interested. The idea behind that is that there are still bugs, as you can see, and I don't want to have a little more time. People can, if they're interested, they'll have, can test out the platform and see if it resonates with them. It'd be very helpful because today we made some like analytics stuff, so we can see how people interact with the site and see what they resonate with potentially. So we have some telemetry now. Interesting. Same situation. Very curious what this is. So I'm moving over here and I'm attaching some images. Somehow it just gets stuck visually. It appears it's successfully finished. However, visually it's getting stuck in the database. It's there. However, when you reload the page and you try to get to the conversation, it never loads. So there's something going on here that's a little bit mysterious. There's no errors on the front end. Actually, I'm gonna double check this. I didn't actually check the console logs, which is always important. No, so no error here. Cool. Okay. Yeah, we're using PostHog KL, not using Sentry. But definitely, oh, interesting. It just loaded. Interesting. I wonder why. I mean, maybe it was running the script, but definitely that was a long time. Really long time to run that. Let's see if we can figure out why. Never mind, it finally loaded, but it took a very long time. Do you have any idea why this question would take that long? It's not that much data, really. It took probably 3 minutes, so somehow it got hung up, and then it finally rendered. So I just committed some things before we make any changes here. Oh, I see. Gotcha. So you're saying the free version, or let's see. We will see. Let's have something back here. Okay, cool. Probably exit out of this one. Yeah, that's roughly fine, I would say. Run multiple companies. Wait, it would low-key be kind of cool if like people would come in here and try to submit bugs, and we'll try to like fix it for them. We build some little pipeline, like we validate it, like a little bug submitter tool. It like makes a PR. I'll get the collections here. I mean, that sounds like a cool idea, Val, especially in this like closed beta thing. We could maybe even just put it somewhere really obvious too. And people could, and we could have it automated so it sets a PR. We have to be a little, you know, people can only submit a few at a time or something. Okay, it'd be kind of fun. So they can like put in a screenshot. I mean, we could build that maybe tomorrow. If we finish everything, we do that tomorrow. I'll put it in the docs though. Okay, people recommending Sentry. I will add it to our list of telemetry. We're using the what's it called again? We're using the hog one, whatever it's called. We set a PostHog here. We got our little recordings. Very cool. Hey, Danny. Day 1 of Vibe Coding 2096. Happy New Year. Yeah, so sometimes it reads what's in Firebase, and it doesn't realize that there are sub collections. So it thinks there's nothing in it, so it doesn't go through the other collections. So this script that you're using, you need to actually surf the sub collections. There's lots of data in it. So just validate. And what I want you to do is I want you to go through the sub collections here, and then I want you to update we have like a schema. You just want to put in that file the directory structure of what's in Firebase there. Thoughts on Figma Make? I haven't tried that yet. It might be an interesting experiment. Definitely one of our hardest things is the design aspect. It's probably our second to third hardest task. So if we could figure out a way to get better designs, that would save us a lot of effort. That looked like a little bug here. Oh, interesting. So this one, light mode is displaying, so I'm gonna fix that. So this is the morning brief performance components. It's currently, we're in dark mode and it's showing light mode, so just make sure to change it. Yeah, I mean, especially if you're like me and you're not a designer, it's definitely very challenging, but we're getting there. This script's pretty important, that it works reasonably well. So these tests that you ran, I assume they didn't actually store it in Firebase. They were sort of just unit tests that you made. Yeah, feel free to join our Discord, Mr. Helasty. It's kind of the idea is like people could show their projects and get some feedback maybe. By the way, guys, this is right. It's actually right. I always think it's wrong when I see it, but it's January 1st, so. Oh, it was looking at Firebase storage instead of Firestore. Got it. You gotta kind of watch it sometimes. What it's doing. Honeycomb over Century. Gotcha. Probably not going to commit this. What? So you've tested that these checkpoints effectively work. If we run it again, it's just only going to grab the new filings every time. So when you ran it last time, right, did it just get 0 because we already got the most recent ones? Looking at this site right now. So you imagine these are folders. This one, each one of these is a folder under a stock in here. I'll think about it a little more. Not really sure. I'll look at our to-do real quick. So we did this. All right, we're working on the upsell page. That's right. It's going to be a little challenging. Okay, I think I'm going to try Excalidraw again. We tried it one time before, a little bit, but I think we tried it with specifically, we tried it with Opus. I didn't try it with the AI Studio. So I know what I want. It's like, it's very similar to Yipit in some sense. It's like, okay, so we're going to try this. I haven't tried this kind of experiment yet. I'll give an example maybe. Natural language prompting. This is kind of another form of our design doc. In some sense, we maybe should use what someone said earlier. If this doesn't work, we'll do what someone says earlier. We will try the Figma approach. But this might help us later when we're doing that too. This will be a good experiment, I think, for future designing, because this is a recurring problem we run into. So we're gonna have to try to figure out a solution for us non-designers, so that way we can try to make something that doesn't look so stupid. It's like a when clicked navigates. It's a really standard website, I guess. but I think it makes sense. A wide range of data. We'll look at the comments. I've not looked on the comments for a while. What's the preference over terminal copy pasting a file versus letting it right inside the folder? Depends what you're talking about. Yeah, but I really like PostHog. PostHog. Hey, Harucha, sorry, I didn't check the chats for a while because I'm trying to focus. But yeah, I usually respond if I usually do. So. Anyways, okay. Not really sure what to put here under this. I think probably answering questions you care about daily. Customized to your investment style. Somehow this will fit. Somehow it'll fit. Actually, it might make sense to change. This is over here. Hey, Saw dude, how's it going, Kai? It's good. How about your guys's? And this will have our preferences page. So a lot of these you can see we're putting in images of the product so people can see what it is. I really don't like going on landing pages where you can't figure out, it's so vague. You have to sign up then. And like you might not sign up because it's like, okay, I have no idea what you're doing. It just seems very like, day job. No, this is what I do. What is six? I get 6 legs screen. No idea. I think on Discord. Post link here to Vercel. I'd prefer if you could do screenshots on the Discord, but if you don't want to, I suppose it is what it is. And then what else? Cool. Yeah. Next thing. So if you guys are wondering, new people may be joining, what are we doing? We're trying to figure out a better long-term solution for our design approach. Our design approach is okay, but it takes a long freaking time to get the thing that we want. Like AI stuff, I can show you an example. You know, if you try to make something, you'll probably get something like this, right? It's very, it looks fine, but it's pretty clear that it's AI. And so what we try to do, AI Studio is pretty good. It's actually the better approach, but it takes a lot of iterations. So we're trying a new thing. We're going to try really designing what we're envisioning with Excalibur Draw, plugging it in. And then if that doesn't work, we're going to try making a Figma, using Make Figma, and then we're going to try that. Try those two approaches, see if it'll maybe improve our workflow going forward. So we're designing the landing page. The landing page right now is okay, but it's a little bit outdated, I would say. It doesn't really have what our product is now. And so, yeah, we're doing that before our little open beta, or closed beta rather. Anyways. So the next part is this conversation. You can construct charts. So it's 2 seconds. Actually, I will copy paste. So there's 2 seconds. One is the fact that they can ask questions, make their own charts. Actually, that's all I'll do for this. Oh, I know what. Well, because we're just doing these boxes, this third one's going to break it up a little bit, right? It's going to be actually try it yourself. Like they can actually try it here. That's better. But unfortunately, it'll be gated by the login because it is a AI feature. Test your own thesis with historical backtesting correlations in natural language. It's not centered. This will be part of the experiment. Hey, Marcus, welcome. Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, this is the landing page currently. It's really focused on the market brief aspect of it. It doesn't have the other things. And this is our little wait list we made yesterday. But we need to fix this this widget because it's kind of weird looking. But other than that, it works. This is saying, so news on your holdings, what history says, has some of like what we're doing, right? But as far as like really showing what it is, that's what we're trying to evolve to. So this section will be where it'll actually have the design of what it is. It'll even have the attaching data thing currently. So attach our own data sets for to answer your questions. And maybe this will be highlighted, the data sets, so they'll click and then they'll go to the, similar to if you look at Yipit data, when you click see our coverage, right, it brings you to a data page where you can see right now ours is not going to have all this, but it will have some things we can show them that we have. So this one's not going to be an image. This is going to be more interactive, just taking our component and putting it in here. And then once they send the question, then boom, log in. And boom, then they go to the page. Let me play more music. And we'll give a few sample questions like here. They can click if they just want to experiment a little bit. I could just copy pasted that, I suppose. I'm depending on AI to iron out all the kinks as far as all the other stuff goes. So we will hopefully get what we're envisioning. Question. I can just copy paste. That's okay. Anyways, please ask your question. Or select. Okay, next. I am not actually. Yeah, I am most definitely not. Although my girlfriend said the other day, or yesterday, she's like, I'm actually really surprised because she's seen some of my stuff I've done before. She's like, I did not expect it to look good. Because she's good at drawing and stuff. So that was a nice compliment. Anyways. Okay. So portfolio tracking. We're going to really put in the statistics that we got. So it's like we have we're going to show the portfolio graph or whatever. And then, So we could either do the graph and then you have all the statistics, or we just show maybe just the statistics with no graph and like. I think the selling point is the tracking, so that includes everything. So I think we'll maybe try to just display everything. I'm not really sure yet for this one, so I'm just going to skip it because I don't really know. And then the data explorer. We could also have an interactive maybe. So folders. We have a folder structure for our data explorer, and I want to show that to people because it's kind of cool. Like if I saw it on the page. Oh, I gotta sign in again. Oh, I know what I will show. So I'm gonna go to some random country And we'll go to like Argentina or something. Okay, one with more things, more events. These are events that happened. So maybe we will stick with the US, I suppose. Argentina is not a bad one, but maybe just a different graph would be better. Oh, that's good. Okay, good. One with a description, though. There it is. Here, put it. Unfortunately, one of them is broken. Oh, thanks, Marcus. You like it? So this will probably just be an image, I suppose. Or maybe we could bring in the actual graph and they can, oh, that's what we should do. We bring the actual graph and they can just like zoom around and see what it kind of looks like, I guess, the graph part of it, right? So then they can do this and whatever, you know. So we bring in this whole thing, this component, and that's a part of it. It's resized a little bit to fit on the page. Component. Okay. Okay, and then the tagline is like, then this part will have the folder structure or whatever. Save, oh, the tagline above that will be save your collections or data you care about and export. We'll think about the tagline a little bit, but it's and this will have could even be the component actually. Learn about macroeconomic. Our interactive data explorer. I don't know what to say for the next part. Maybe it's just two things. Oh yeah, perfect. If we can fit it, it could make sense. Hey, thanks, man. Hey, thanks, White Bacon. Deep Onyx. I'll put on this command, that chat. Looks like this. This is when you log in. Got your morning brief. You get it every day, and you can track your portfolio, and you can do research. So this AI knows what type of investor you are, based on what you filled out here, or what we're going to have an autofill at some point based on your portfolio, but we don't really. Anyways, you fill that out, and then you can get like some personalized ideas, maybe some things to explore. And we also have like different components about like AI analysis for your portfolio, and the more interesting part is the charts. You get the charts every day. You can generate your own charts. You can do historical backtesting. So all these charts are just us using the research tab and making these for you every day. But you can make these up yourself as well. And we made it so it's not just today. Right now it's just generating bar charts, but there's a lot of other types of charts that it will make. So that's kind of the quick overview of what we're doing here. And there's also a data explorer, which we're making the landing page. That's what we're doing right now, to try to demonstrate the features, so people will try it. Okay, portfolio tracking. So we have, this is a really nice feature, export, advanced export, I'm gonna call it. I don't know how to word this yet, but Google Find, I don't know yet, but we'll just show an image. It'll make more sense. Maybe we put the image of the exported, yeah, let's do that. We'll put that maybe somewhere. They can click it. We'll make it clickable. Yeah, I'll just put it over here. Those. Okay. What else do we have? That's probably good enough. Just put that there. I think that's pretty much everything. Started snowing. Nice. Yeah, here it's not snowing. I can maybe play around with it. And what we kind of want to illustrate here is like when they zoom in on the chart, I'll show you guys. When they zoom in, it changes the statistics. So all the statistics we have here, I think like, look at all changes. So I can get kind of, it's kind of nice. Like sometimes you might want to know, how did I really do in this particular time period? And you have really nice, got everything you need. Max drawdown. All right, we'll put that there too. I guess we should put not dollar. Well, it's fine. We'll worry about it later. But whatever currency they're likely in, based on who's on the website. Okay, these are broken, so I'll fix these. Volume. I don't even know what that was supposed to be. Definitely those are not right. We'll fix it. Hey man, there's a lot more to this site than a portfolio tracker. That's actually not the interesting part about it, I would say. I'll just put that in the chat because I just explained it, so I don't want to like repeat it again and again. If that's okay. You can go back a little bit if you'd like. You can check it out. Okay, cool. And then we have our, I think we already did the Data Explorer. Probably should title these. So what I'm going to do now is label, when we pass this into the LLM, we need to label it what is something they're not going to do the full implementation of versus the general structure. Our goal here nice. I guess we don't have to title like this. It's actually pretty clear from what it is, what this means, right? I probably don't need a title, I think. We'll see how it looks. This is not very good. Spacing, I guess. But we'll let the AI maybe try to figure that out. As far as like, so far data sets. Okay, cool. So I think we'll leave it at that. I'll just save it now. version, you can save it as SVG. We could try both, I suppose. Okay. So our first experiment we're going to run, we're going to try using AI Studio to correct our landing page. All right, I forgot to do one thing. We're going to label all of the ones that I have a better idea. And it's okay if it implements it. It's just we have to delete it, and it's roughly okay. But part of this is the experiment too. We're going to see what parts of it actually is understanding. Okay, cool. I'm ready to go. I'm going to first try this experiment just to be like, modify this existing page to be like this. And then I'll try another one, and then we'll try another experiment, which is make a Figma based on it. Use the AI to make a Figma, and then we're going to plug that in. And so I think that'll be interesting. So it doesn't support SVGs, so I'm going to instead do PNG. And our goal is, at the end of this, it will respect my vision. All right, so I've attached an image of what I'm thinking. You see those areas that are like, do not implement? Don't implement those, just create the structure. In general, all the text though that are not in carrots, you're going to actually display. But be a little creative here. However, do respect our design, please. So this is our first experiment. How's it going, Kentich? Let's see how our other things are doing. This was a bug. So it's running here. I noticed a typo. I wonder if it's going to, we'll see. It did fix the typo. Nice, okay. us some text over here. Fade. So these are the things that we're replacing. Oh, nice. Actually, we can replace this as well. Well, we'll have to do a lot of iteration, but the general structure is right, I suppose. But maybe we try first. Iterating on this one a little bit, I suppose, before we move on to the next thing. I'm gonna take another gander. I'm trying to figure out why ours does not look. It's again, the AI likes to do this crypto look or something. Oh, right, we should supply our fonts. That's actually really important. I forgot to do that. That's partly why it does that. I forgot to supply our fonts. These are the fonts we're using. I actually need to grab it. You can grab the font we're using for the editorial. Give me those two. Start here, you can find it here. Hey guys, sorry I missed some of your guys' messages. I turned so yesterday. Alright, this guy's just a hater. Say coding style is made stream. Yeah, mostly. I mean, pretty much every big tech company is pushing people to use AI, so for various tasks. Some people use it just for autofill. Some people use it more or less, but generally it's pretty well adopted. Cheap, I'd probably say $1 a month. Data was free, otherwise tweak the price with how much the data costs you. Interesting. Anyone test the new Chinese model, iQuest Coder? I haven't tried it yet. I'm gonna be right back though. One moment. I'm back. I have eaten. So I'm not very happy with this. I have to think about what we would do differently. Let me see here. How did we do it before? It's generally layout based. What is this? In a way, I think this is a lot closer, but we could probably try adapting this. I think I might stick with that for now. All right, we were gonna switch the fonts though. We'll try it. Number 2, right now you've adopted a very I'm going to give you a new image of the layout that we're thinking for this top section. Okay, let me take this. Okay. Yeah, Google AI Studio is free. Didn't really understand these, so this kind of thing doesn't work, I think. We're trying to give instructions what to do for each section. Unless maybe I add an extra prompt. If you see text next to an arrow, try to abide by the instruction. Or just or do we put that? We probably put that under the stuff, right? Don't know. Maybe we'll try. I'm gonna remove the button. I don't really like the button. It's gonna look not good. Put it here. Sorry guys, do this again. Take a look at this image. It's the layout we're trying to do for the chart itself. Don't implement it. Just leave a little space for it, because we're gonna implement that. But just make the general structure. It's like a skeleton structure, and redo that for the whole site. Right? It's like those arrows that we draw. Those are like our instructions to you for kind of how it works, and you can try to implement a little bit of that, like this fade in. So respect the arrows. Yeah, I know how to code. Let me put this here. There we go. And then I'm going to run this. Oh, cool! This generated for no, that's yesterday. Okay. FaceTime account. Oh, that makes sense. So I suppose let's go ahead and run this for the 20 companies. Then we'll store it, and I'm going to validate. But I think you can go ahead and start running now. It likes to make it a phone for some reason. Yeah, I don't really like it. But I did change the font, so that's good. So yeah, definitely this kind of instruction is not going to work. So we're just going to remove that. But we're not really getting the result we want. I think it's thinking this is a phone. It's not a phone. So I don't think I'm going to do this again. But I have to figure out some other way. Maybe we could try a. Well, I guess it's just what we were doing before, which is sort of just you iterate and you kind of get eventually what you want, but it just takes a while. Okay, it's really bad. Take a look at this. Okay, I'm going to send you some screenshots as inspiration so you understand what I'm trying to do. Well, not that page. I don't really. That's what we're replacing. So, actually, this page is not too bad compared to some of the others we're generating here. That's website and localhost. Thanks, Donald. Some haters joining. It's all right. But yeah, we'll release this soon. So if you're interested in trying it out, feel free. But as far as the design goes, I'm not happy with. We usually use AI Studio to try to help us design. The landing page has always been a sticky component that has stumped me. I'm not a designer. So I'm going to go component by component instead. We're going to create a new page. All right, I'd like you to, you're going to create this component, but here's the idea. Take this design as a inspiration, but not as a total, like it must be everything exactly how it's written. The general idea here is we're trying to communicate value to the user, and we do not want any salesy language. We don't want it to look like crypto. It's minimalism, elegance. Take a look at our existing pages. TSX, and then we'll attach research. So language, I'll put the command here in the chat. The general idea here is you're going to create a new page. It's kind of we're running a little experiment, trying to regen our styles for the landing page. The whole goal of this is we're going to make this page a lot more interactive. People can try the product sort of there. At least they get a very good idea. But we're going to start at the very top section as the I think there's a term, it's called like the hero section or something, but so give it a shot. Take into account our target user, but I'm actually not going to attach that this time because I feel like last time the language it used was not good. Actually, let me look. Ask a Gemini image model. It's not a bad idea. Let's give it a shot. Or here, actually. So I'm gonna plug in my Excalidraw, some of my stuff. So I'm running on this other tab here. You have a dark mode. Yeah, this is the dark mode. I don't know if people are joining. They see we're working. This is Excalidraw. We're designing. Trying to figure out our landing page situation. It's okay, but we wanted to make it a little bit more clear what we're doing, or the user can see what we're doing. Are you integrating Cloud Code to Gemini? At a code like this? So it's not really integrated. What we do is we download once we get a design we like, we will download it and bring it into our repo, and then copy the styles. Opus 4.5 is not very good at design generally. we'll see what it has made. And I'm also we're trying to, okay, this is what the image model for Gemini came up with. I really took the style of Excalibur and extrapolated it. Let's call it, I'm gonna ask it. Okay, so we will try it over here. Actually, this is a lot better. I mean, again, the chart we replace, but as far as it's not that good though. All right, here's what I want you to do. Well, first of all, fix these lines here. Now bring in our components. Actually thinking the point of this is not the graph, right? It was this kind of illustration of like, there's an insight here, we help you. Also, the general idea of this graph, so it should fade in on the sides. And then there should be like an arrow pointed at do you see what I'm saying? So but it should be very minimalistic. In some ways, you might not need right now you're using, I think, recharts or something. You don't need to use that. It's just actually a visualization. Somewhere here you're gonna add a waitlist. Join the waitlist. It's a little too wordy, everything, but try again. There's a lot of stuff. Hey, thanks guys. It's a dark mode. That is the main thing. Ken teacher wondering how to code like this, I think. Oh, I missed some of Donald's messages. Dude, you are code building a CRM for asset owners. Oh, okay. You're just saying it's hard. Okay, gotcha. What do you think of Lovable platform? Lovable, I think it's good for beginners potentially. Like, but I guess I don't really have a lot of comments because I haven't used it. I've just seen some videos of people using it, so I don't really know what all they offer. So I probably won't. I like. I think it is nice that, like, if you use Google Cloud, I mean Google AI Studio, for example, you can deploy it from here. So that's kind of a nice feature. I know Lovable has something like this too. So maybe if you're making some prototype. For the image, I'm just passing into Gemini. I'm gonna pass in my website for that image model to see if it's Oh, right. Kai, you're saying the image model integrated AI Studio. Thanks. Let's try that. If we figure this out, I might make a, like if we get something that we feel like works well, a workflow for design, because I know a lot of people have this problem. We'll probably make a video or something. Excuse me. That kind of makes sense. A software deployed. Oh, that's actually better. Okay. At least this visualization. We just moved the box. Actually, I like that. This part here. It's actually pretty good. Go ahead and put the box at the lowest point. So here. Or not the lowest point, but a low point. The reason I like it is it looks like minimalistic, I guess. Go ahead and remove these lines here. These are pretty bad. For the waitlist, you don't need the email, just the button, and you can. We're not sure where to put that yet, so go ahead and just remove it for now. I mean, see again how they did it. Helps me. They have a lot more text, right? They kind of explain everything. We're not going to do it exactly the same, but just we're going to try to understand how to visually make it better. I don't think we could do more text, I suppose, like a little blurb. Oh, pristine, one would say, yes. So I'm going to go ahead and send this, and then we're going to ask on another terminal for some ideation about what to do about this section. I think the main problem is this area is sort of like too much white space, and there needs to be some content to fill it out. I wait, because I need to get that screenshot again. Oh no, I liked it how it was before. I know I actually liked. So can you please change the line visualization how it was before you zoomed in, and just change where it was pointed? Dang it. I'll put this here. Okay, take a look at this. We're working on this landing page at the moment. The main thing we're working on, we're trying to fill this out. We have a couple options. Right now I'm thinking basically to have maybe a question. What data are you interested in? Or what product are you interested in? Sorry guys, I don't know why it's glitching the freak. Okay, there we go. Just glitching everywhere. Okay. However, I'm open to ideation. Our main goal here, minimalism. Minimalism. Perfect. Do you see the rectangle around it? We're not going to have that. It's going to be more of a fade in like you've done. So don't change anything, just the rectangle around it. Clarify you understand what I'm saying before you continue. Times font. I don't think it is Times font, but I agree with you. It kind of looks similar. It's like spectral or something. Yes, exactly. No, everything is exactly the same except there's no rectangle, visible rectangle around it. So definitely none of those, but let's try to figure out some way of let's think from design principles how to make this. We need to figure out. I think the main issue is that there's too much white space, but there's some other components too. Undo the last change. Oh, I see what it did. Interpreted. Do you see what I'm talking about? It's the rectangle on the outside. On the outside. Reiterate back to me before you continue. Feel free to send it on the Discord, KL. Yes. To be fair, it wasn't clear. There we go. Wait. I'm kind of have this idea of like, what if this is the background? Like it's like much bigger. It's the actual. No, that doesn't make sense because they have to see this. We need to make this clear to the user. When they click it, brings them to the section that explains it. These are kind of like default looking icons. I think you might be right. Take a look again. We updated it, and we're going to talk about it some more. So it's talking to me about like some design principles, which historically could help. Hey, Sir Knight. You can make the choosable options as part of the lines and make them kind of blow up when you pan over them. That's kind of a cool idea. Ooh, I like it. I think we might. Thanks, AT Boosted. I think this is interesting. Like, imagine it's like backtest with natural language. You hover over it. And it blows up. Suno playing for you guys? I think so. Being rate limited by Suno. Okay, cool. I'm gonna play something else. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I think it's a really cool idea. And I like it because I like this idea of like this chart spanning the whole site a little bit, this minimalistic chart. And you can like hover over things. I think I like the idea of the site is very interactive and you can see you know, the inspiration is this this hog site that I keep forgetting the name of right here. PostHog. Like we want to make it really cool. We just need the ideas necessary to get us there. So let's maybe ideate a little bit. I have this idea of like the chart is like spanning the whole page. And like it makes the site very interactive. Like you can somehow we anchor our features to the graph, but I'm trying to figure out how to do that because not all of them are related to the graph, right? The daily brief doesn't really make sense that it's part of this like any part of it's not even related really. So I'm trying to understand. My inspiration is I want a very interactive site that they can play around with it a little bit so they get a very good idea of what the product is. But it's like very minimalistic. There's not a lot of text. it's sort of mostly visuals and a show not telling thing going on. More RAM. We'll get there, guys. I have a feeling it'll just take some time to design it. And as far as like, I think we're not limited on what we can do, we're just limited on coming up with the right ideas on how it should look. I mean, hell, you know, you go all the way to 3GS, make like a 3D. Doesn't really make sense for this website though, but. Well, it's a fair point. The AI asks, is this one product or 4? Ooh, that's a pretty good idea. The brief, stay informed, backtests, evaluate decisions, tracking, see performance, and data, research deeper. Wait, I think we may have just found our marketing thing, our marketing blurb. Why is it blurb? I'm gonna save that. Kind of like a short blurb of what it is. Oh, that's a good idea. The interactive element is the portfolio itself. Enter a ticker, and then we can show them an example of each section. It's not a bad idea. Is there any way we can reconcile these two ideas, like somehow with the style that this is like spanning the whole page, this graph? How would this play out in this idea of people entering the ticker and then see a glimpse of each feature? I'll put this over here so I don't. Yeah, it kind of talks about it. Maybe I should make it a command for Nightbot. Why I kind of don't really vibe with that stuff. This idea to be mad. I think there's a very large incentive for people to create acronyms and marketing terms, just like MCP and all these other things, and then they push it because they're trying to get views and engagement. But I don't really vibe with it personally. Sorry, I'm being a little too cynical. I gotta catch myself a little bit. Because I know some people like it, they come in the chat, they like it, and that's fair, right? Like, if it works for you, it's great. It just doesn't, I haven't had good experiences with it, so I just, I don't really use too much of that stuff. But I have to stop myself a little bit, not to get too a certain way about certain stuff. Okay, so the chart becomes the interface, not just decoration. Here's a cork. Reminds me of making them. You're exactly right, actually. A little bit. I think the steps highlight what you're offering. It's a fair point, Sir Knight. Let me put this in the description. I mean, in the chat, so you can see dhack. It's kind of interesting. Draggable region selector. I'm not quite seeing it. All right, let's start with the daily market brief, right? Like the daily market brief, it looks like this. Let me just give you an image. Retail customers are less sophisticated, less informed. I would say we are going for retail people, not too sophisticated. So something in between, I would say. Maybe students and retirees, people that watch CNBC, these kinds of people. Not too crazy. Maybe the upper end of CNBC. If they, anyways. All right, so I'm trying to understand how this could fit with this idea. Like explain to me the exact flow, how we could explain this concept. I really like what you put here. These are our, however, and I like the idea of like you select part of the graph and we could potentially show you how that process works for when we generate like a chart, like we try to answer a question. I think this almost has to be an animation though, right? It's like you almost have to be clicking and we're showing you how it works. I'm not sure we can actually make it where we're depending on the user to do certain actions like highlighting a graph, etc., to show them the features, because they're probably not going to do the exact things that we want them to do. So it's almost like we have to play a whole animation. Because like if I have to get the user to do this and then select and then do some other thing, and then they're going to do maybe one and then they won't know what the product does. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Yeah, it needs to be visible. They shouldn't have to. Yeah, definitely. I'm trying to think what this text will look like. Well, obviously, our goal is this kind of elegant, whatever this is, and I kind of like these two elements of this so far. Like, but what makes this what it is, right? That's what we should try to figure that out too. Why do we like it? I'm not really sure. I think what it should be is like, I don't really like this idea. Can you give me 3 other ideas like this? Hey, Anarchy, welcome. Yeah, I think that makes sense for Night. Also, the customizable newsletter thing that I haven't seen that before. That was actually why I started making it. It's because I didn't really see anything where I could actually choose what I'm getting every morning. And then it's personalized to my portfolio. That's kind of neat. Oh, this is decent. We're changing the questions, but I think that's a reasonable idea. So it starts an animation, right, of the line, and then it stops, and then it says, for example, right here it will stop, and then it will bring up a little thing, little animation that's like, we sent oh, like here's a correlation between like maybe your company you own and another company that supplies it or something. Give an example of this, and then it goes up, and then it's like stops, and then you start to wonder. It gives another example, maybe over here, and it keeps going, and then at the end, um, we have the portfolio tracking statistics. I think that could work. That's so the first part is the brief, then the next part is like you start to wonder, blah 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 blah, and then the last part is the portfolio statistics when it finishes rendering all the way over here. And then I don't know how to fit the other stuff, but this will be at the bottom. This government data thing will be at the bottom, like under the page, under the animation, our data explorer. All right, now how to implement that. I'm gonna read the other two, but that's kind of what I'm thinking makes sense at the moment. Yeah, exactly. I think that's a good, and if we can get it exactly this style, this text will be gone, so we will not have this. It's going to be a line that's doing this. We might need some other styles or something, maybe some, not sure, because it might be a little empty if it's just one line rendering, but we will see how it looks. I'm gonna remove this. Well, okay, before we do that, let's look at our other options. Idea 2, 4 lenses, same data. Start with one chart line. It duplicates into 4 parallel chart lines. Okay. Right. Each representing a feature. Message 1 investment, 4 ways to understand it. Maybe a little too complicated because I'm not sure exactly how that would show the features. It's not a bad idea though. It's maybe worth considering. Like, so it starts rendering. I kind of like this idea of like you have alternate timelines. One where you consider this, because then it's like more like, hey, we give you a bunch of tools. These are all the tools, and if you decided to do this, maybe this would have happened to your portfolio. So it's like it starts and then branches off into the 4 timelines of you using. But like I said, maybe a little too complicated. People are like, what the hell is all this stuff? It's like rendering. Scroll triggered spotlight. The full page stays fixed as you scroll different sections of the chart. Yeah, I've seen that. That's a very common one. I would rather do a animation, I guess. Because first of all, what if they don't scroll? I guess they will always scroll pretty much, unless they don't know how to use a website. All right. So let's make a doc with the first two. I'd like you to really expand how this would be implemented, or expand the design for exactly what this would look like for the first two. I'd say my only concern with the second one, the idea two, is it could be a little bit complex. The user might get a little confused if we're not able to communicate, hey, these are different timelines where you did this and did that and did, if we're just showing a bunch of lines and boxes, and it might be very confusing. So for that reason, unless you can figure out how to solve that problem, I'm leaning towards number one. Mouse hover would be better than scroll. Yeah, I agree. So yeah, move these. The only thing about the animation thing, it has to be quick, It has to go like real fast. You can't let the person be waiting like 10 seconds. It has to all play through pretty quick. And if it's too much information, you might not be able to do it very quick. Let's see here. I'm gonna grab another one. Oh, this is cool. We got a nice little diagram to try to visualize this. So frame 2. Okay, definitely not whatever this is, but sure. Not bad. And then it'll have all the portfolio statistics that you can get. Oh, not bad. Data layer. Concept 2, 4 lenses, same data. Oh, I forgot to switch it back. Sorry, guys. How long were you guys over there? All right, this is what I was looking at. So, frame 1. So not this one, but it's okay. And then it goes to the next point, shows this, and at the end you get the nice statistics. And then I was looking at concept 2. You purchased a code, and after using Opus 4.5, it could be the pro limit is maybe not a lot. I'm not sure. All right, did you use Cloud Code? Did you call me Cloud? Hi, Cloud. I'm not Cloud. Okay, one investment, 4 ways to understand it. It starts off with the line. I actually like that. Because like as soon as you load the page, if we do not have anything, it's going to be very empty. Sure, it'll start rendering, but while it's doing that, what the heck is all, there's just tons of empty space. So you did the $20 one? I see. I see. That sucks. I never used the Pro. I used the Cloud Max there, which is what's been pretty good in my experience. The $100 one. A little pricey. I am Cloud, yes. Okay, definitely not this part, but we show our thing. Okay, actually, it kind of convinced me with the second one, but we just have to make sure the line is still there in the background. And then all the cards are there, and then after all the cards are there, it shows the join waitlist button. Hey, Internet Warrior, we do, but we're doing this right now. So yeah, if you want to look at the other stuff, you can click the other streams. Sometimes we work on design, sometimes we work on the functionality, and sometimes we work on data collection, sometimes we work on chart generation, all sorts of stuff. So. Today we are working on a mix of things, but quite a bit of design. Okay, Internet Warrior. Well, you can look, we have all the functionality here. The charts, the chart generations is all functional. And you can make charts, you can scan data, talk to the AI, get your newsletter. It's all working. It's not just UI. So we had to have done it sometime, and we did it on the stream. That's what we did. You can watch the others if you'd like, or it's a lot, so you probably won't. But, yeah. Hey Ole, how's it going? From my existing API. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna ban you because you're just not really saying much information. But for anyone who's wondering, we have a data collection service and it brings in a lot of data. But what we're building here, you can make charts, you got a newsletter every day, evening and afternoon, and it's personalized based on your portfolio, and it also has portfolio tracking. That's what we do. So this data does not, it just exists. You have to compile it. Granted, you know, there are a lot of APIs out there, but as far as whether that's just UI, it's actually not. That's technically not UI, just UI. There's a lot of companies that build also just based on that, but anyways. So I kind of like this one. Connect each card back to the original concept. Yeah, that's true. First trading day of the new year is tomorrow. Gotcha. So the reason why I'm kind of against, the only reason I'm not choosing concept one is the problem of right when they load the page, there's nothing on it. And sure, we're gonna generate this line, but there's a lot of information that we'll have to communicate in this animation. And I think my preference is I want immediately when they load in, they see this like abstract line thing, and then it starts populating with all this stuff. I think this is much cooler. And I think the only thing I'm debating though, should we just do that or should we make it a scroll thing like everyone else does? I will be doing this when I'm, because I like this, and I'll probably work on games here. So I'll work on our music visualizer and our game that we're working on. And some other things too, some ideas there. That's probably what I'll do. And I'll probably just keep working on this too, because I like it. So. Okay, that's a better starting point line. There we go. How do we communicate? I know a lot of websites do this. How do they usually communicate that the user has to scroll? Is it just kind of obvious and then they do, or what? Yeah, I think, you know, I'm always going to be doing this. This is what I love to do. No matter the situation, I will be building stuff because it's a lot of fun. Bouncing chevron, small arrow at the bottom. Oh, that's not a bad idea. I might do the scrolling thing. We play the first animation, and then it's like scrolling to get the rest. Oh yeah, well, of course that stuff too. Yeah. Anyways. Yeah, I agree. ATB. You actually, yeah, you said exactly what the AI did. Nice. Yeah, I think you're right about that. I think that makes sense. Do you think we should populate the whole line across the page? That's what I think. It should already be populated, but the things that are animated are the events and the cards that come up on the line. I'm looking for maybe images. We're gonna need some images of like, while it's doing this animation will come up essentially of the product too. The only problem with this though is it might get a bit cluttered. Do we, I guess we just fade out the prior one, something like this, and they can scroll through and back. At the end, maybe we transform it to the this idea. I don't know, this is a little bit cliche. I think it'd just be cards like this. And then they can click and it'll go, if they click, it goes to the sections. This is the last thing. And the cards are over the line. You see what I'm saying? Okay, so let's go ahead and update the plan here. I think we will make it a scroll, take into account the things we talked about. Make a new doc, actually. I don't really know TK Clips, but I like Whisper Flow. It's kind of nice. But let me know if you have another one you liked. It's a Whisper Flow. Let me put it in. So this will be the whole page. I kind of wonder how they'll look. I think it might still look a little empty at the very beginning. All right, let's start with phase one, which is we're going to just implement the first frame, which is just the line across. You're going to remove some things. I'll show you. Then you're going to, I want the line to be the exact same style. I love the fade on the sides. And I like even the way that it currently is. So I would prefer you just make that full screen and don't change it. Don't change like a general pattern. Before I do that, I'm going to commit because I like what we did thus far. This is our first. It's a good step, I think, for this particular page. I feel like before. So how did we get past a little bit of the roadblock? I guess it just came down. It comes down to just kind of ideating with the thing and iterating. I think you just have to do it. I mean, there's no other. Or maybe we didn't try. One thing we didn't try is actually feeding this into Figma. We did not try that. I mean, feeding this into the AI that makes like Figma things, but I don't know if that would be better actually. Because why would that be better? Don't. Oh no. Oof. Wait, it's not bad. It just needs a few things. There's something wrong with it though. I can't really tell. It's just too empty, right? Right when you load. All right, the initial first frame. I want your honest thoughts on this. So I'm gonna ask what it thinks. But I don't know if I like this yet. But it should, is like if the dialogue is on the line, then it hovers a separate line. AT boosted, I have to understand. So I think I see what you're saying. You hover and then the line like zooms in on this part of the line, and then it starts to say some stuff. It's kind of a cool idea. So you're for the hover idea. I'm for the more scrolling thing, I think. We could investigate which is better. I don't know how to even decide about that. Which is psychologically better. Yeah. So headline lives in the space. Center the headline vertically. Let the line flow behind it. Worth trying. This is kind of interesting. Let's try this. Let's try the second one. Oh no, AT Booster. I'm not. I think your idea is good, and I'm not sure which one to do. Oh no, that's not good. But yeah, I'm not sure whether to do the hover or the scroll. So we're gonna try probably both at some point. Because once we build out the frames, then it's probably pretty easy to just switch. Your hover idea with the zoom is cool too. I like it. So we are going to undo that. And I was kind of thinking the text would be under. I was curious what that would look like. Or at least like. No, this is really bad. So let's go undo it. I thought it was good. I think this is good. I think for a first frame, maybe it just needs something. I'm not sure what exactly. I think we're just missing something. I can't quite figure it out though. Like for the first frame, I think it's pretty good, but it's just missing like, I think it's just maybe a little too empty space or something. Does it need like, what do you think? Hey Yums, how's it going? We already have pretty much everything set for the closed beta, but I want the landing page to be good, so that's why I'm doing this. This is B2C, at least for now. But someone joined the other day saying they wanted it to be like, they wanted to put in their own data, so I don't know. Maybe if someone really likes this form, it would give them insights based on their data instead of this, our data. I give them a little package of, probably just be these two sections, and then the data explorer for their data. A few options here. I guess let's try number 4 first. Hey, Wee Mustang. I'll put this in the chat here. Okay, yeah, so we undo that. Accidentally removed. Can you go ahead and undo that last change and bring it back to when it was full screen right before this very last change? I thought we had committed that, but we accidentally committed the one right before it. But fortunately, it's a small change, so it's not a big deal. I put in these commands so you can see. Okay, good. It's back. Oh, thank you. Yeah, this is the site here. We're working on the landing page right now. All right, I'm kind of thinking, let's go ahead and add this, add the scroll indicator. So go ahead and add that. A lot of haters today. I will continue to use the commands. Okay, so as the scroll. All right, cool. Let's implement phase 2. So phase 2 on the design doc. It should be, you might need to leave space for an image or some kind, but take a stab at it. Oh, fantastic. This is good. Let's go ahead and we're going to run it for the full. We'll do 1,000 of those filings. Oh wow, that's really not good. Wait, this is kind of interesting. This is actually not very good. Let's go ahead and ideate some root cause and fix here. Don't do it yet though. Just do it. Just create it. Yeah, I use GitHub Desktop. I mean, I use Git, but I use GitHub Desktop as a tool from the tools list. You can see in the chat there. Okay, so I see what it's done here. Oh, that's funny. All right, so you need to rethink how you've done this. So it's going to be an animation, right? So we're going to need to actually ideate on how we're going to implement this kind of animation. So let's talk about it first. Can you explain to me? We don't really need to store this. I mean, it's a one-time calculation. The only thing you store is the image. So why are you storing it, I guess? We're trying to figure this out. Hey, Shri, how's it going? Yeah, we don't really have many merge conflicts. We had you know, we mainly work on the main branch here. We sometimes work on other branches, but it's, yeah, it's just me working, right? So there's not really a lot of merge conflicts. There's a lot of people working on it, and there probably would be. We tried Ghosty Terminal. I haven't tried it. Let me look. Ghosty Terminal. Ooh, it looks cool. I like the website. So I'm reading this article about it. Looks like Ghosty is quite a bit faster. Okay, I actually want to try it. So I'm going to try it after the stream, probably. Thank you, Ashri. Could be interesting. That's cool. When you say that GSAP scroll trigger is the industry standard, what is the industry standard for our particular app stack? What the heck, bro? Is the GSAP? Doesn't matter, but anyways. Oh, I see. I gotcha. So the reason why it's storing all this is because we wanted some metadata. So this is kind of a simple issue. So this is the metadata specifically, right? So it doesn't have to do with chart generation. Is my understanding correct there? What extra control could we get with the GSAP scroll trigger? Like, do you think there's anything that we couldn't do with the framer motion? Yeah. Oh, Sri is asking the exact question that we're asking. Hey, Luke, how's it going? What's she building in DFP? It's like an investor site. It will be active in some days from now, but it's still going to be a waitlist. So. I put a command to help there, I guess. Hope you don't mind. I think we're going to try using GSAP first. Well, okay, let's make a quick estimate. Based on these two libraries, our decision is going to be based on how much training data there is on GitHub. So give me an estimate of how much history there is for GSAP and how much for Framer Motion, and then try to estimate like roughly how much training data you have for each. This is the best way to do it, I think. And that's like the real way to do it. How can you secure this? You kind of have to know what you're doing, so I wouldn't recommend deploying something to the public if you don't know anything. It's not really a good idea. So you gotta, but you can build some prototypes and stuff, and kind of maybe see if you like it. And if you like it, learn a little more until you know the basics, but like kind of what you need. That's what I would say about that. What do you learn? What do you need to learn first? Python, JS. It's not really about the languages. It's more about the fundamentals. But what I would recommend is building projects. Building projects is a great way to learn programming. That's cool. Are you from India? I am not from India. Gotcha. All right, let's do GSAP then. Yeah, let's install it. Give me the command to install it though, don't run it. After release. Yeah, it's the same thing I said, I guess. I guess you could be more specific on what you're asking about what we're securing, what you're interested in knowing. Okay, cool. All right, so let's go ahead and just sample the metadata, you know. You don't need to store every point for the metadata. Like, it just needs to be some sample the user can ask about. So we just kind of arbitrarily limit it a little bit. Yeah, so this is Cloud Code. Cloud Code. I have the subscription. Let me put this here. I have the subscription Cloud Code Max. Let me pull up some others here. guess I don't have a command here. Oh. How much spending? But yeah, that's basically it, right? It's like I have Cloud Code Max, I have GitHub Desktop, and I talk with the AI about how to implement stuff. Here, these are my little terminals. Each one does a different task. Nice. Wait, did it fix it? Where did it do that? Oh yeah, here it is. Cool. Okay, see, so it actually did implement something. This is a okay beginning. So right now it actually scrolls, so we have to disable scrolling for this. And also put the, you're gonna put this here, so I'll send you an image. So it's the first local dip, and then the second thing is the animation card is not at the end of the line, so you gotta change that. And then also leave a space, because we're gonna put in an image of the product, that particular thing that is going on. I usually have some, so for example, a lot of these are data collection, long-running data collection tasks for various things that we're gathering for this site. And then others, this is like for fixing bugs. A good rule of thumb, try to keep your AI instances modifying different files. And then this is like usually my main task that I'm doing. I run here. It's okay. There's many problems, but we will get there. Okay, so number one, I think it should zoom in. I kind of like this idea of like, use the scroll. It's going to zoom in on that section, right? So it starts off with the giant chart and it's like, okay, sure, you can come in with a card, that's fine. But like, I think it's cool if it actually zooms into the points. When we keep scrolling, we'll come to the next point. So our second frame, we're going to modify from a plan a little bit. It's going to be a zoom into the point and then show information on the side. I think we're not even going to do this. I think what you should do is very similar to this other line. I'm going to show you. We're trying to keep it very minimalistic. Everything extreme minimalism, right? So you brought in an actual card. We're actually going to do no card. And the next thing is the line itself, very simplistic, just like a simple white line. It's thinner than the other line for the tracking, but our main goal is minimalism. So everything is simple, really simple. Like it should look like you're almost writing on the page itself. No containers. at all, actually. Maybe that will look good. We will see. Okay. I see kind of what happened. It glitched out, but I'm curious, does it actually get this idea? Interesting. Okay, a couple things. Number one, no scrolling. So you have to disable scrolling on the actual page, because right now it's like actually scrolling. If that's not... Yeah, so you understand what I'm saying. But number two, right? As you zoom in, you're going to have to, because the quality is going to degrade, you actually have to redraw it. So that way the resolution stays good. And number three, you're not actually, it doesn't end up in the right place, so it zooms in on the wrong area. Number three, you didn't remove the line, so I'll send you an image of the line. We're removing that entirely, right? Number four, again, the text should be like it's written on the page. Yes, I'll send it a few images. Although to you guys, it might seem a little bit strange. I think it's actually going to turn out pretty good thus far, because I think I actually like this idea of like, we will see though. It's just going to take a bit of work to get it exactly how we want. And a lot of iteration, but it's much better than the alternative. Yeah, so I use Opus 4.5. Yeah, I do switch between the models for design, I would say. So it should be a much quicker scroll there. Oh my god. Okay, interesting. Okay, that's actually good. Good start. The only thing it should be a silent fade out of this text here. And then it's like, stay informed, and then I'll show the, all right. No dot at all. Dot is stupid. Now I just have to figure out where to put this text. But I actually like the text that it shows. It looks pretty sleek. I mean, the fonts and everything. All right, a few things here. Looks like when you click off, kind of glitches. So I have to fix that as well. Number one. This text here. This needs to be a silent, a fade out, a gradual fade out as you scroll. Right now, it just kind of display just immediately disappears. Number two, there's a small bug when you click away. Number 3. Remove the dot here. No dot. No, we don't want an animation like a video animation because we want it to be interactive because we're going to add interactive elements. So we have to do it like this. Okay. Cool. I'm going to commit that. And this as well. That's not a bad idea, right? Like some people would prefer a video if it's not going to be interactive. Yeah, I think you're saying, you pass in the video. This is the method that we're kind of working with at the moment because we tried images, etc. I think and references help for sure. That's why I provide images. But at the end of the day, it's not going to one-shot it. It's going to be like you have to iterate through. It can one-shot like simple AI-looking stuff. But yeah, that's been our experience, anyways. But everyone, if you have your own process, it works for you. That's cool. Okay, put the line here. I wonder if it's going to change the location there. I kind of liked where I put it over there originally. Maybe here. It's also good. The fade out is not as clean as I would have liked, so I think it should be more of a trigger. There's a lot of things. This will take a lot of tuning, but overall, I'm getting there. It should be a smooth fade out. So I think what you did, you made it the opacity change based on the zoom, but it should be a trigger point. So like you hit a certain trigger point, then it triggers out a gradual fade out that looks real nice. So go ahead and make that change. Secondarily, as you can see, the line doesn't attach to this. The way it should work is this line should not attach to the big line. It's supposed to be a kind of like, it's supposed to be a little line, thin, same color, and it should be as the big line, and it should be just a little direction point, and make sure to put it on the stamp form, but yeah, don't have it touch the big line. Now I'm trying to figure out where we actually put this. Maybe it's here. Not sure yet. All right, a little bit of strangeness in the chat. Yeah, I think so. It's just going to take a lot of iteration, but it will be able to do what we want eventually, I'm pretty sure. I mean, think of it, you know, we have the experience of making this game, right? It can do complex visuals. I mean, it made the freaking bird. That was a one-shot, this bird, this animation. So it is capable of complex animations. All the figure, I mean, we had, and while we were working on this, we made all sorts of kind of animations. So anyways, it made monsters. There's a bunch of monsters. I removed them all, but I'll show you guys. And like, anyways. So yeah, I'm pretty sure it can. I'm pretty sure it can. It's just going to require a lot of work. Yeah. We made it with 3JS and everything, with AI here. I'm kind of debating this line. I'm not sure. Let me look at the... It should be very, like a thin line. All right, so yeah, it's a great point, Marcus. Well, you're right. I mean, we're gonna see, right? I mean, am I saying with 100% certainty this is gonna look good? I don't know yet, but I think I'm seeing enough evidence here that we can achieve our goal. It's just gonna take a bit of work and a bit of prompting. But I'm thinking a very thin line, like very, and it should be like a little bit grayish. Yeah, but I mean, also AI made these shaders, you know? I mean, these shaders, this is really involved, you know what I mean? Now you might say, oh, there's a bunch of training data on shaders, and it's like, okay, probably, but I think there's a lot of training data on this GSAP library as well. There's a lot of people that do animations on websites. We will see though, right? I'm okay spending some time, you know, seeing if it works out. That's, you know, if we have to, you know. Anyways, let's go ahead and, so what this should look like. It should be a very thin gray line from the point there to the stay informed. And it should be, you need to come up with a color theme that makes sense for this, right? Maybe even look at our Abyss theme. This is, we've already, or our Onyx theme, we've put a lot of work into making this look good. So maybe use this, based on the white, use that gray color that's in that config. Oh, Marcus, I'm nowhere close. I'll show you. I don't even get close any weeks that I've done this, so do not worry about this. So yeah, look, I've only used 12%. It's been the first day. Some animations and microtransactions. I assume you're saying this site looks like it has microtransactions or something? Not really sure. I mean, if we get to where we want it, I don't think. We'll see. Also, I made this site. I've done a lot of animation stuff, guys. So, oh, granted. Sorry, Marcus, you were saying specifically with 3GS. A lot of training. You were correct. Yeah. So we use 3GS for this as well. The stuff that we're doing. So whether or not it has a lot of training data on this, we do not know. We have to kind of tune that a little bit so it fades out a little bit earlier, I would say. It should fade out immediately as I start scrolling. So the actionable insights on that text should fade out immediately as you start scrolling. It's a little bit too late. Should I give more time to a computer engineering degree or build? I think you should do both, because you probably won't like, well, everyone's a little different, but a lot of people, the reason they like programming is because they were building projects by themselves. And that's why they like it. The people who, I feel like, maybe just took the classes, it was maybe a little bit less enjoyable, like the experience of learning it. Okay, perfect. That scroll time is good, and now it's a matter of getting this attached. Cool. So you can go ahead and attach this line to the text there. I usually start at 2 p.m. PST. Feel free to join our Discord if you would like. Because I usually put it there when I'm streaming. Not sure if I'll have the line. Not sure yet, but something we have to do about this. We need to come up with some. Okay, we need to. First of all, the line is obviously way too long. But the second component is like. Hold on, I'm gonna look at the stream. We had a line before that looked okay. Why did it look okay? Let's go pull it up. This is a big like component for me. It's like. Where like I feel like I can see something is wrong. I mean, I can see when something is right, but I don't really know why. So then I go find it and I ask AI why it looked okay. So for example, right, we're doing a little bit of meta stream on watching a stream on a stream, but this looks pretty good, right? Somehow this line, I think maybe because it was attached to a box, looked good. So we're gonna grab that as an image. So I attached the second image. The second image, I think we're gonna do this. You see that little rectangle there? we're actually going to do that. We're going to load that in, and you're going to try to do the exact same styles as what I've shown you. So they just need to fade in a little bit later, I would say, but it should fade in close to the end, like right as you get there. I'd say the AI needs me. Why does the AI need me right now? The AI needs me to tell it that it does not look good, but I don't know why it doesn't look good. So I do like to try to figure out what are some of the principles behind some things usually. So that way over time, I'll get the terminology right and I'll be able to just explain it instead of just... See, this still doesn't look good. Now, do I know why? Not really. Why did it look good? Why does this look good, right? And this does not. I mean, even assuming this was here, right? It wouldn't look good. The Ralph Wiggum method. I think I maybe looked it up. But I don't really use a lot of these. Let me read it again. It's kind of funny. I mean, I think in some sense, it will work for certain things, like if you have a bug maybe. But I'm in like a UI task, so this idea of just iteratively telling it over and over to try again, it might not succeed at because it doesn't really have taste. So it's just gonna think it looked like before. You remember we sent an image of it and it was like the text is all jump. I mean, it said it looked good. So, but with that said, for like a bug or something, I could see maybe you do something like this. In a way, that's kind of what we do, but we just don't have a little script to auto do it of just iterating over and over again. I suppose we could. I think this actually might be one of the better, because it's true. We do tend to ask it to try again here and there, and that tends to work. So I see what you're saying. All right. So a big thing too, though, these should not ever get cut off, right? This should span the whole page. So let's fix that. So a big component of this is when we scroll, the line should never get cut off. So as we scroll, it should just stay in the background. You know, it's going to be probably under the sign-in text there, but overall it's going to span the whole page. But before you continue, you know what I'm saying, right? So restate it back. I just looked up parallax. Oh, I see. It's kind of like this scroll idea, I guess. Yeah, I guess so. So now I'm going to start up another instance. Let's see. Probably in 30 minutes or so, maybe a little over. Oh, nice. See, it doesn't get cut off now. That's cool. That's actually a huge visual improvement already. But anyways, yeah, let's fix this box. But first I'm going to understand, what about this box looks so bad? Just horrifically bad. And this looks okay. So I'm trying to understand some design. I'm trying to learn about design, right? And I'm just very curious, how come in the first image the box looks okay? Like, it looks pretty good, actually, I would say. But then the second image, when you zoom in, the box idea is horrible. It looks really bad. And ignore the line and the text, doesn't matter. But I'm just talking about the box itself. What about it, when you zoom in, makes it look horrible? We'll fix the text though. I think we're going to have the line either way, probably. But let's try to decide where this is going to be. We could put it here maybe. The idea is we want the user to see it very quickly. So maybe even up here. So right now we're trying to design where we're going to put this text. The idea is, or our goal is, we want the user to see it very quickly, and we want it to be in a natural place their eyes will be when we zoom in. Where do you think would be the best place? Very interesting, Marcus. I wonder if you're right. If we removed the line, would it look good? The issue is the corner radius is too large relative to the box size when viewed at that scale. Isn't that cool? Like, there's so many of these weird design things where, like, you notice it looks bad, but there's some sort of reason that people figured out that you can investigate. So we're going to test that theory. So corner radius doesn't scale well perceptually. What works at 20 pixels looks terrible at 200 pixels. Larger UI elements typically need proportionally smaller corner radii. That's crazy. Okay. That's really cool. Let's do it then. All right, cool. Let's do it. How do I figure out what to set it though? Is there some sort of formula? Yeah, spacing, very important. Every scroll. It's actually not a bad idea. Some animation on scrolling, like some weird, like something on, like your, I don't know. I mean, we could potentially have, but the idea of this was supposed to be minimalism. But you're saying maybe we have some kind of animation somewhere doing something. However, I will say that the text doesn't really align with what's going on, right? So we're zooming in on a point, and the user sees stay informed daily briefs. It doesn't really totally align with this idea. So we'll need to rethink that a little bit. Okay, this is really cool. Let's go ahead and you try to make a fix for this. Based on how much we are zoomed in, I'll give you a full image. Or if you just make a filled circle that shrinks, grows, and shrinks instead of fades in. Whoa. I like this idea. So it's like it starts really small and then it grows. That's cool. Marcus, are you a designer? That's a cool idea. I like it. So it starts here and then yeah, let's do that. Oh yeah, so it's here in the landing page here. But we're going to change our idea a little bit. So when you zoom, instead of it just fading in, it's going to be kind of a circle that gets bigger, but it starts at that center and then it grows to be a bigger size by the time you fully zoomed in. Before you begin, do you understand what I'm saying? Marcus, I have a pretty good inclination that's going to be cool. Yeah, okay, cool. Let's do it. Definitely it's just an outline, right, of a circle, not, I guess the name is stroke. Stroke. Nice. That's cool. I mean, honestly, as we've been building this, I have been liking the design stuff a bit more. So spacing is very important for design. That's what you said. Interesting. Okay, the only problem with this is this is one of those that you can see is obviously not good, but why? I think we should remove the line because I feel like you said, the line might be throwing it off a little bit. Like it might potentially look good, but the line, so we're gonna remove it for now. Oh, the filled? Yeah, let's give it a shot, I would say. Let's see, where's the... And then we'll make it filled. Yeah, filled circle. Hey, Cypher, I'll put in this command here. It's kind of like investor newsletter. And other things as well. Hopefully by the end of this animation, you will know what we have built. Hey, and then every time someone asks, I can just show them this cool animation. Like, look at this. We can do this. We can do this. Okay, even without the line, it does not look good. So we will try the filled circle. Can we make the circle filled now? Let's try it. However, the circle needs to be a lot smaller if we make it filled. So go ahead and do that. Actually, let's do one thing first. No, I think it's definitely I think it's the filled thing. I'm from the US. I think the one issue is because it's fading in. Oh, nice. Oh yeah, that looks pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, cool. However, the text here doesn't make sense for what is happening. So we have to investigate this and come up with better text. That's a good start. How much is it going to cost? We have some pricing. Upsell pages. Maybe I'll make that a command as well, but it's be night. Yeah, it's getting night. All right, so right now, as you're zooming in, you know, I would say one confusion from the user is that the dot here doesn't clearly relate to the text. I'm gonna attach some stuff for you to look at. Design is really like trial and error. When I design things in Figma to refactor it more times than I refactor code. Interesting. It's a normal thing. Interesting. Well, Marcus, would you say this is kind of similar to how you design then, a little bit? Like, we're not actually writing it on the page, I guess. But we sort of just like tell it to do something. And then we just change it if it doesn't look good. I assume those hearts are you or maybe someone else. Okay. All right, so take a look at this, right? Yes, the brief is like stay informed, but we need to relate it to the points somehow. We need some text that communicates to the user exactly what's going on. What does this point have to do with the daily brief, right? Why does it matter that you get a daily brief? That's your exact same workflow when you design, look at stuff. Gotcha. That's cool. There's some other things that look wrong about this too, is like, I think the way this should work is that the motion of this, but this staying the same is kind of weird, right? Like zooms, but then this is, I think it should only, this text should only fade in once you reach here, then it fades in. That's what I think. Do retroactively build designs in Figma because I like to make the App Store screenshots. Oh, cool. You work on some mobile apps. That's cool. So the visual story is look at this moment in the chart. Something happened here and we'll tell you about it. The current copy is just stay informed. Exactly. Ah, perfect. Perfect. These are actually not bad. Some of these. Every move has a story. We try to avoid being a little cliche. Like a little bit is okay. Every move has a story. We tell it. That's not too bad. Understand what happened and what to do. That's more practical, I would say. Yeah, I probably would stick with the more practical stuff. Not what to do. So never mind on that one. We don't want to, we're not telling them what to do. I think in order to answer what we put, we have to consider what is our value prop, and then we decide. I mean, we already know what our value prop is, so then we have to choose how to communicate it. That's kind of the idea. I think this is probably the best one. So something happened here. Your personalized brief tells you what. That's the headline, right? That's or rather, it's something happened here. A personalized brief tells you what, and then it will say stay informed, blah blah blah, and then you have the thing that comes up. That's like an interactive thing you can play with. Every pixel has a story. Yeah, you need to interpolate the scale. Gotcha. Yeah, awesome. So I put in the image here. So the headline of this is going to be and then the next part that you put, instead of daily briefs on companies you own, it's going to be hey, good morning, Ved. we'll start with that here. And we'll see how it looks. So that'll be, this will be maybe over here. I'm still not sure where we're putting it. Wait, didn't we ask that somewhere? Oh yeah, we did right here. So looking at this from an eye tracking perspective, you naturally drift downward following the connected line. Oh, that makes sense. So you put it literally right here. Let's make the whole screen just a video, and the scroll value is just connected to the video scroll. Oh, gotcha. But the reason why we're not doing that though is because this is going to be interactive, so it's going to come up with our components, and you can play around with it potentially. However, we do need to find the space for it somewhere, and it still has to look good. Right now, well, today we worked on a few things, but right now we're working on a landing page. Strangeness. Okay. Alternatively, to the right of the rectangle would work. Might do to the right, but we need to figure out where we're going to put the thing. What I'm trying to figure out is like, where are we going to put the actual component that's going to show them what the personalized brief is? Like, do we actually have enough space to do that? I am kind of wondering, man, should we have it so it's like a zoom in, but the dot is not the center? Because how else are we going to have the space to display everything? Like, could it be a zoom, but then it does like this pan around? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like zoom and it's like, and it flies through it. Like flying, and it's like over here. Well, it's like you zoom, this thing pops up, and then you keep zooming, and then it comes over here, and then it shows you the thing. And then you keep zooming, and then it comes over here, or over here. It's like some path here. Shows the next thing, maybe over here. We don't want to give them too much movement though, because we don't want to make it really annoying. Okay, but first let's do this text thing, because I agree this is a big thing. I'm just thinking like when you zoom in, then it fades in is what I'm thinking. It's either that or it matches the movement. I think I'll match the movement first. No, it's going to be right when you get there, then it will. Because then it's like people will be wondering what is going on. So this text here, I want it to only fade in once you actually get to the very end. So the point is the biggest and you're zoomed in, then it will fade in at the end there. So it shouldn't fade in while you're still scrolling. Give me the source code, I'll create a PR. Yeah? Sure, I can send you the source code for the landing. Cool, and then it'll pan around, I think. But we do need to figure out exactly what this is gonna, where this is gonna be. I think it needs to either be right below. Yeah, I think when we zoom, this is gonna end up being like up here a little bit. Something happened here. Your personalized brief tells you what, and then it like shows the component. That way we don't have to like pan around and go over here. I think simplistic is over here. Yeah, I'm just kidding, Marcus. It is a lot of work. I wouldn't be surprised if this takes at least a day, probably, to get like good enough. I'm gonna play some music. I'm kind of thinking about right now, like we want to make sure that the user can skip this if they want. How much will it cost? Let me pull it up. The pricing here. So this is the pricing. But we're making it really discounted for any person that tries for the, we kind of forgot to, oh man, we gotta design that too. The landing page, we work on that as well. I mean the upsell page. Design. Fine, we'll just, this one's okay, but we gotta remove a lot of stuff and make it look better. Well, now that I think about it though, a lot of what we're gonna do in this page kind of carries over to the upsell page. Like it could be some, like those interactive components that we do. We can just take that and make a page out of it. I can see it constant for 8 hours. I don't know. I don't know the answers. So right now I'm looking at this, I'm thinking that when we zoom, the dot, okay, sure, like maybe when you zoom, it comes up like it has, but then we need space for the something happened here. Like I think the something happened here can load right under it, but I'm thinking maybe you zoom in, there's two options. Either you zoom in, shows the center, and then somehow it's moving up gradually, or you never make it go to the center and you purposefully zoom in so that way it's at the top. I'm thinking the first almost makes sense, but I want your thoughts. Basically no cost. The only thing is I usually spend about 50 cents to $1 testing with the Gemini 3 model. I mean, Gemini 3 Flash model. But that's, if you look at all our instances here, we're running a lot of stuff, and a lot of these use the model for generating the descriptions. And so there's Flash model is pretty damn cheap. So not much. The biggest cost is the Cloud Code Max. And as far as hosting goes, we're all within the free plans. The only thing I'm spending on is I think render. I'm still paying for this the Tidefall game, but I could fix that. I just kind of lazy. It's not very much though. It's like $10 or something. Oh, perfect. Yeah, option 1. Yeah, let's do it. Sounds dope. Let's do it. So now you got to modify it so the text only shows up at that very end when you move it up, and it renders right below the dot. I'm just thinking about, I was wondering if saying sounds dope to the AI is a good idea. Maybe it'll like be worse, be more, I don't know. Not the right energy I'll put into the model. Nice, we got 500 companies. Okay, kind of messed this up, unfortunately. What you've done, here's the problem, right? Here's what it should do. You need to only start moving it up when we hit that max zoom. So it's kind of like you said, right? You zoom in, you show the user, and then it moves up in a nice way, right? As they keep zooming. What you've done is like, it doesn't go all the way to the zoom, and then it starts, so it just totally looks weird. So we can't do it the way you've done. Yeah, it's so cool. I mean, I use it for everything, not even just code, but I use it for planning and just everything, right? Like anytime I mean, trying to imagine what I have to do before, it's hard. Like this is really just a great tool. Not quite. No. So here's how it works, right? The reason is you're trying to make it, what you need to do is keep what it was before. So 0 to 100% zoom, and then almost treat it like a separate frame that you're rendering into. So I think that's the way to think about this. The first frame is moving to that center zoom. Then the next frame is the next translation. And that's how you can get it to where it needs to be. Oh, sorry guys. Sometimes I press the button and it doesn't change the screen. So you guys are just looking at terminals. Like, what is this guy doing? Who's he talking to? All right, let's see. No. So again, it doesn't quite work, right? It should be a pause, then move up. Now it just doesn't really work, right? Like, I think there's just, it needs like a pause or something. Like you zoom in, then you keep zooming in and it moves up. We might have to scratch this last idea, but it's okay. We just discard it. The reason is I'm not really sure. Maybe you can't actually make that look good. Like maybe this idea of zoom and then up, there's not really much potential in that idea. Something about it just doesn't look right. I mean, even if the text wasn't appearing too early, right? It just wouldn't look quite right, I think. Unless pause, boom, then everything pops up. Fade, fade, boom. Then you keep scrolling. But it might look better if it's to the right, right? Like this, and then moves over right here instead of down. Okay, it did a pause, cool, okay. Let me look at the chat in case anyone said anything. You remember using GPT 3.5? Oh yeah, definitely. 4.5, huge step up, at least 30% better, or something like this. I remember when I was using it for the game, I had to code actually quite a bit. Like I actually went in there and I was doing all console logs and I had to find like the bugs, like the very specific areas, kind of like how you debug before, where the issues are. But now I rarely do that. I just usually ask it to create the logs and it finds it. How much sales do you think will be enough for this project after publishing it? I've spent, you're talking about like how to break even. So I spent 200 on the cloud code, 30 on the API usage, a little bit over, I think. So, you know, 10, 20 customers, I guess. And then assuming they subscribe for a month or something. I think it's kind of weird. Which do you think would make sense, right? Like it panning into, pausing, going up, or going to the left? I'm thinking to the left might work a little bit better visually because there'll still be more stuff on the screen. Like you'll still see the chart. Right now it's like most of it's off. There's just a very little part that's left. So let's go ahead and try that instead. I'm thinking, what should I commit this? It's probably not that committable, right? I will commit it anyways. We have the change before the animate down. Left will work good. Yeah, okay, cool, bed. I think so too. Could maybe make a little more sense. But we'll see. You don't know until you see it, I suppose. Oh wait, actually low key. Wait, that actually works. Boom. Then you show the thing. It could even go a little bit up maybe. A little right and up. Because then you see a little bit of the chart that you're going to next. So you see what's going to happen maybe. Probably, oh, thanks, Marcus. Probably a couple days, either day 30 or day 31, we will release as like a wait list. Nice. Let's try going up to the right and up. Cool, instead we're gonna go to the right like you've done and also go a little bit up. So just a little bit. And then this text, I suppose, will be more like, don't worry, we can undo. Oh, I see. Sorry, other direction. So I meant down, I suppose. So right and down. I think we still put in that little delay. We might not need it anymore. We can just jump right to it, I think. Because we kind of forced a delay here. Cool. And then, okay, so now we have to decide where does this text go? Somewhere here, but where exactly? Probably not here. I think it's not horrible here, but maybe it needs to be a little bit more like right here. So let's try to ask AI, how do we decide where exactly to put it? So the next thing I'm trying to figure out, where am I going to put this text? I'm thinking maybe a little up and maybe kind of aligned with that mark on the where it does a local maximum a little bit, like aligned with that a little bit. But where do you think makes sense visually? You've talked about before this rule of thirds idea. Does this apply here for the text location? Like, it kind of makes sense, right? If you're doing the rule of thirds, then the dot is like the first third, and then the text is on the third, something like this, like right on that line. I don't really know what I'm talking about, but explain if that makes sense. I'm just making up stuff, guys. I actually don't really know what I'm talking about. But it did say that idea, and I know the general concept. At one point, it told me that. Okay, it's probably just going to agree with me, but let's see if this makes sense. Your current layout, the dot is roughly the lower left power point. Nice. But it's floating a bit aimlessly. All right, cool. How do you decide exactly where to put it though? Is it just kind of like a guess? Like, do we center it on the third line? I mean, the second line? Oh, so those power points that you said there, where would you put it on there, the text, if you could choose. I love how it makes little diagrams. Can you show me on the diagram where you would put it with this idea? We have probably 6 pages or something, but 4 that are more the tool, the actual tool, and some of just are like settings and preferences and things. This is the dot. The key insight, you don't center the text on the PowerPoint. Six, 7, it's true. Yes, 67 pages. Kind of makes me think Marcus might be a bit younger than me, maybe. Could be. Either that, or he's really in touch with the youth. I don't really understand fully this here. The left edge aligns with the 2/3 line. Okay, the left edge, but in the diagram, that's not what it's doing, but okay. Anyways, you don't center. All right, yeah, I guess give it a shot. Go do what you've said. Oh, nice. But it should make sure the point also. Can you tell me where the point is? Go ahead and take a look at this image. What do you think? I think we need the rest of the content to be able to make a decision. But I'm kind of thinking it might be a little bit too far to the right. Oh, also, it should wait till we've actually moved there before fading in. That is important. Okay, yeah, go ahead and drop it slightly. Also, make sure to only fade in this text right until we get to the end. We don't want it fading in while moving because, actually, you know what, instead of doing that, have it anchored to the thing. So like, as we're scrolling, it feels like the text is, it feels like the text is almost anchored to the line. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like moving with the line. We'll try that first. Oh yeah, I think that might look good. Because right now it's like moving separately, right? Like it's like fading in. But like we want it to move with the line, be anchored at the final spot. I try to commit because I hate losing the change when I like a design or whatever. Oh, nice. Doing a personal goal tracker. Nice. Oh yeah, that looks actually pretty good. Okay, let's see. The only thing is it glitches a little bit right there. But other than that, it's perfect, I think. Almost perfect. Okay, the only thing is that it wraps a little bit. So like when it fades in, I think wait a little bit on the fade in. It fades in a little too early. And then also it kind of wraps, like it's okay if it goes off the screen. I feel like it's not quite as smooth as I would like. It's a little bit, like it feels like the frame rate is low or something. Like it's just a little bit not smooth. I notice when I'm zooming in, it feels like the frame rate or something. It's not like perfect. Like when I'm zooming, it's kind of like a little janky. Is there any way we can optimize the performance or something to make it very, very smooth as I'm zooming? I think this should be a little higher. This should be like right here. Oh yeah, GPU acceleration. Let's do it. No, that kind of blocks a lot of people who don't have it enabled. Fortunately, you have broken it, so try to investigate. Now I can't even zoom. Yeah, let's try to, so you fixed it, it's fine, but let's try again. I mean, give me 3 options for how we can try to get this looking really smooth. Like, just insanely smooth. Smooth scrolling, give it inertia. Good idea. That's a good idea, Marcus. I feel like we will be able to do this. Make it look pretty good. And I guess after it renders that, and you can maybe click around a little bit, you just keep scrolling. Maybe you'll go up to here or something. Another dot. Oh, sorry, I missed some of this. Is that not position absolute? Why the, oh, yeah. It's absolute, it should be there. Yeah, definitely. There are 3 purchase from easiest to most performant. I think that's kind of what you're saying, Marcus, maybe a little bit of inertia or whatever. Smooth ease towards target. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's try option 1. I think that makes sense. Oh my gosh, that is smooth. Wait, that's like way better than I thought it was gonna be. Okay, this is actually really sick. Yeah, I like it. It's very, very smooth. Nice. It's actually a really good note to end on because I'm gonna be excited to work on this tomorrow. But yeah, this is really really smooth looking now. But what did it do even? I think some sort of blurb. So I guess it's kind of like some sort of I think it's exactly what you said, Marcus. Some sort of like like to the next target. It doesn't just glitch from thing to thing. It just keeps like moving based on your maybe some acceleration or something. Or regardless, it looks. I'm pretty excited. Anyways, thanks for joining, guys. I'm probably gonna go now. But it's been a good day. We worked on quite a few things. Kind of trying to set up everything for the waitlist in a few days. We have the closed beta. We have the waitlist set up, and we're adding a lot more data. So we're adding. I think we added 500 companies' data, the SEC filings, like their financials and income statements, and everything. And we're adding more World Bank. We're always adding World Bank data, so that never changes. But yeah, and then we did some other things too. What else did we do? Fix bugs. Oh, right. We worked on the mobile app data for a little bit. I don't think we totally got that working yet, but it's pretty good. But anyways, I'm gonna head out. See you guys. Join the Discord if you're interested in knowing when we stream next. But I usually stream 1 to 3 p.m. But I usually give some like notice of like an hour or so before for when I start. Okay. See you guys. Oh, you learned about lerping. Nice. Epic. Okay. See you guys.